Namami cha Shri Sachitanayam. Gadgadandhara Bhavavikara Durjana Tarjana Dadarisharam. Bhavaya Bhajana Karana Karanam Tam Pranamamcha Shri Sachitanayam. Bhavaya Bhajana Karana Karanam Bhavaya Aranam Bharat Charu Kapola Induvan Nindita Nakachaya Vichira. Jagitani Jaguna Nama Vinodam Tantanamani Shri Sachitanayam. Jagitani Jaguna Nama Vinodam Vijaritanayana Sarvajalvekara Krishnanavarasa Bhava Vikaram. Japyati Mantara Vidya Vilasam Damvanamami Cha Shri Sachitanayam. Japyati Mantara Chanchala Chari Sharva Jati Ruchira Manjira Ranjita Pada Yuga Madhura. Chandra Vindita Shita Varana Sambanamanja Shri Sachitanayam. Sakti Dora Kamandali Kanda Divyakali Vara Mudita Mindam. Gurdana Karmasha Kandana Dandam Dandana Mancha Shri Sachitanayam. Gurdana Karmasha Kandana Dandam Bhushana Duraja Rakkavalika Kampita Vindara Vara Vichiram. Kampita Vindara Ayagdalina Gita Ujjana Tilakam Sampanamamcha Shri Sachitanayam. Ayagdalina Gita Ujjana Tilakam Nindita Vina Kayakalam Ajanulam Dita Shri Vijayagalam. Gauri Varakhay Shora ISKCON Kamranamanicha Shri Satchitanayam Jalavarana Suravaraseham Nirasita Niravari Bhava Videham Pavana Kripaya Lesham Samprana Manicha Shri Satchitanaya Jai Satchitanaya Jai Satchitanaya Jai Satchitanaya Jai Gaurahari Jaya Satchitananda, Jaya Satchitananda, Jaya Satchitananda, Jaya Gaurahari. Jaya Gaurahari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Jaya Gaurahari Bo. Namasheshnam manamapi sachiputram atra sarupam Chadiya Vaishnava seva Nistaya Nistara Vaiśeṣika Namasheshnam manamapi sachiputram atra sarupam Shirupam dasya grajamuruparim mataram doshtavatim Radha Puram Girivadamoho Radhika Madhavasham Rato Yasya Pratita Kripaya Shri Guru Namnatosmi Hey Guru Jnanada Dinabando Sanandada Tokola Hey Dinabando Kulgaikasindhu Guru Prasadam Mahimandamure Asarade Bahupapagade Tatpada Padme Sunu Krishna Krishna Radhapriya Madhaguru Chaitanya Radas Radhapriya Janiya Ami Kahara Prakash Guru Krishna Rupaha Shastra Pramane Guru Rupe Krishna Kripa Agane Shiksha Guru Keta Jani Krishna Raswaru Antaryami Bhakta Shrestha Edui Rupa Navyopayanta Bachatim Kavayasta Vesha Brahmani Sapi Krita Mirdura Smaranta Yogarvai Sarvitham Ashudam Vidumam Acharya Cheta Vapusta Svagatim Dinakti. Without serving the representative of Krishna, nobody can approach Krishna. I bow down to the beautiful lotus feet of my spiritual master, by whose causeless mercy I have obtained the supreme holy name, the divine mantra, the service of the son of Sachimata, the association of Srila Swarup Damodar, Rupa Goswami, and his older brother Sanatan Goswami, the supreme abode of Mathura, the blissful abode of Vrindavan, the divine Radhakund and Govardhan Hill, and the desire within my heart for loving service of Sri Radhika and Madhava in Vrindavan. O spiritual master, O giver of divine wisdom, O friend of the fallen, you are the giver of your own bliss, and you are the only ocean of mercy. Although dwelling in Vrindavan, you have descended for the welfare of fallen souls like myself, and you are preaching the divine love of Radha for Krishna. Please be kind upon me. O friend of the lowly, O Gurudev, you are the only ocean of mercy. I am a dull fool and have committed hundreds of thousands of offenses. I have fallen into a dense myriad of sins, and therefore grace me with your mercy, so that my mind may be fixed on your lotus feet and on Sri Krishna. Although I know that my spiritual master is a servant of Sri Chaitanya, I know him also as a plenary manifestation of the Lord. Every living entity is eternally a servant of Sri Krishna Chaitanya. Therefore the spiritual master cannot be other than a servant of Lord Chaitanya. Spiritual master's eternal occupation is to expand the service of the Lord by training disciples in a service attitude. According to the delivered opinion of revealed scriptures, the spiritual master is non-different from Krishna. Lord Krishna, in the form of the spiritual master, delivers his devotees. The relationship of a disciple with the spiritual master is as good as his relationship with the Supreme Lord. Spiritual masters always represent themselves as the humblest servitors of the personality of Godhead. The disciple must look upon the spiritual master as the representation of Godhead. One should know the instructing spiritual master to be the personality of Krishna. Lord Krishna manifests himself as the Supersoul and as the greatest devotee of the Lord. The initiating spiritual master is a personal manifestation of Srila Madan Manohan Vigraha, whereas the instructing spiritual master is a personal representation of Srila Govinda Dev Vigraha. O my Lord, transcendental poets and experts in spiritual science could not fully express their indebtedness to you, even if they were endowed with a prolonged lifetime of Brahman. For you appear in two features, externally as the Acharya and internally as the Supersoul, to deliver the body being by directing him how to come to you. Lotus feet of our spiritual master are the only way by which we can attain pure devotional service. I bow down to his lotus feet with great awe and reverence. By his grace, one can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. Our only wish is to have our consciousness purified by the words emanating from his lotus mouth. Attachment to his lotus feet is the perfection that fulfills all desires. He opens our ardent eyes and fills our hearts with transcendental knowledge. He is our Lord, birth after birth. From him ecstatic Brahman emanates. By him ignorance is destroyed. The Vedic scriptures sing of his character. Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy, friend of the poor, and the Lord and master of the devotees. O Master, be merciful unto us. Give us the shade of your lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the three worlds. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhagati Satma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhagati Satma Bandamuri Sabadana Mate Vyahara prasadeva bhavatonya Vyahara prasadeva bhavatonya Krishna prapti Krishna prapti oya hoite Guru mukha padma vakya chinte koriya Shri Guru Charane Radhe Seyu Tamagati Prasare Pure Sarvacha De Prasare Pure Sarvacha Shakudana dilo je janme janme Prabhu se Shakudana dilo je janme janme Prabhu se Vedikaya Haracharito Oh Vedikaya Haracharito Prema Bhaktiya Oite Avidya Vinasa Jante Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nivishesha Shunyavadi Vastyachadishatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Gadada Shivas Adi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Jai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Jai Gaura Hari Bol. Jai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Jai Gaura Hari Bol. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajakacharya Stotra Shatashi Shimat. His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajakacharya Stotra Shatashi Shimat. His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai. Prem Sikaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki. Shri Radha Krishna Gop Gopinath Shyama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana ki jai. Shri Braja Bhumi Brindavan Dham ki jai. Shri Mayapur Navadvip Dham ki jai. Jagannath Puri Purushottam Setra ki jai. Ganga Mai ki jai. Jamuna Mai ki jai. Samaveda Bhakta Brinda ki jai. Brihamaranga Transcendental Book Distribution ki jai. Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja Maha Mahotsava ki jai. Nitai Gaura Premanande. All glories to the assembly of devotees. All glories to the assembly of devotees. All glories to the assembly of devotees. All glories to the lotus feet of Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Hare Krishna. Today is a celebration of Srila Vyasadeva, and very specifically His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who is quite obviously the representative of Srila Vyasadeva, who has done more for spreading the message of Srila Vyasadeva not only expounding upon the most important aspect of the Vedic literatures, which are the Puranas, and most importantly of all the Puranas, the Srimad Bhagavatam, but also in disseminating it and making sure that it goes out to people all over the world in every language. A feat never, perhaps considered, but never done. And in the Vyasa Puja, we celebrate both the person and the principle. The principle is that Krishna is the Adi Guru. And those who perfectly align with Krishna, taking his directive in the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Sarvadharmana Padyaja, Mamekam Sharanam Braja, Aham Tvang Sarva Papipyo Moksha Ishami Masuchaha. And without any personal motive, represent the Bhagavad Gita as it is, the Srimad Bhagavatam, and pass down the succession. This is the principle of Srila Vyasadeva. Maya Mugda Jiva Nahi Swata Krishna Gyan, Jivera Kripa Koila, Jivera Kripaya Koila Krishna Veda Puran. That is that without this intervention of knowledge, then there's no possibility of a soul giving up his or her grip on the material nature, or the material nature's grip on him or her. And the person who represents that has an appearance day in this world that we celebrate, knowing that being a representative requires deliberate alignment with the principle of Srila Vyasadeva. Of course, there are many who speak on the Vedas or on so many other topics, but who do not represent the principle. It's not that we celebrate them. There's purity in the process is essential. So we'll start with a song. I hate to start without Satyadev, but he's not going to be here till 8:30. And Magun is coming too. So we'll start with O Hey Vaishnava Thakur as usual, because the beseeching tone of this song is quite befitting the mood on Sri Vyasa Puja. O Hey Vaishnava Thakur Doyara Sagara Dasa Karuna Kori. O Hey Vaishnava Thakur Doyara Sagara Dasa Karuna Kori. Is that too low? O Hey Vaishnava Thakur Doyara Sagara Dasa Karuna Kori. O Hey Diya Parachaya Shoro He Amai Tomara Charana Dori. Chaya Bega Domi Chaya Dosha Shodhi Chaya guna deho dase. Chaya satsanga deho e amare bosachi changerashe. Ekaki ama nahi pai balo Hare Nama Sankirtane. Tumi kripa kori shadhabindu diya Deho Krishna nama dane. Krishna se toma, Krishna dite paro, tomara shakati ache. Amito Ganga Krishna Krishna Boli Daitava Pache Pache. Ohe Vaishnava Thakur Doyara Sagara Edase Karuna Kori. Jaya Vaishnava Thakur Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Translation. 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 Translation, please. O Venerable Vaishnava Thakur, O Ocean of Mercy, be merciful to this servant of yours and purify me with the shade of your lotus feet. Your lotus feet I humbly hold. By helping me control the 6 urges and purifying me of the 6 faults, bestow upon your servant the 6 good qualities. O Master, please give me the 6 kinds of holy association. I have sat down here hoping to have your company. Next. Alone I do not find the strength to chant the holy name of Hari. Please be merciful and blessing me with a drop of faith. Bestow on me the great treasure of the holy name of Krishna. Krishna is yours, and you can give him to me, for such is your power. This wretch is simply running behind you, crying out, Krishna, Krishna. How do you know? Check and see if Sulkandali is in here. And now we'll sing the bhajan, which is a counterpart to this, also written by Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya. Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Koroe Dase Trina Pekayatina. Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Koroe Dase Trina Pekayatina. Thank you. Are we okay? Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Koroe Dase Trina Pekayatina. Kripa Bindu Diya. Gurudev, by a drop of your mercy, make this servant of yours humbler than a blade of grass, giving me strength to bear all trials and troubles. Make me devoid of all desires for personal honor. Nope. Back, please. Sakala sahane bolodi akoro nijamane sprihaina. Now. Sakale saman korete shakati dehonata jata jata. O Lord and Master, please give me the power to properly honor all living beings. Only then will I sing the holy name in great ecstasy, and all my offenses cease. Tabito gaibo, back please. Tabito gaibo harin aparada behata. Tabito gaibo harinama suke aparada behata. Kabihe no kripa labhaiye jano kritarta hoye benata. O Lord and Master, when will this devotee, obtaining your mercy, become blessed? Devoid of all strength and intelligence, I am very low and fallen. Please make me your own servant. Shakti Buddhi Amiyati Din Goramore Atma Sata. Jogyate bichare kichunahi pai tomara karuna saro. Upon examining my value, I find that I have none. Your mercy is essential to me. Therefore, if you are not merciful, I will constantly weep, and I will not maintain my life any longer. Karunana hoile kandiya kandiya prananara kibo ara. Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Dase Trina Pekayati Hina Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada I have a humble suggestion based on previous experience, and that is early in the morning there tend to be fewer people, but as the day continues, more people tend to come to the temple. Based on that, I think that we could slightly adjust the seating, because due to the multiplier effect, and I wouldn't do it like that, please don't, put it back where it was, and add more. Because it's impossible, once you start moving them, then everything becomes asymmetrical. And that drives me nuts. So you put one extra, then you can make it. Then you're in business. Thank you. Okay, so now we'll take a couple comments, reflections, questions, have some discussion on these two songs, on the mood and message of these songs. They're all important. They're written by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. And if we can discuss them, it helps us to align in the mood of Sri Vyasa Puja. Observations? Yes? 1, 2, 3. And we'll get you a microphone. Please, just wait. We'll give you.
Thank you for singing both the song together. It was very nice. I was observing the translation said how Bhaktivinoda Thakur is, he wants just a drop of mercy, not more. And I was reminded of the verse in Prabhupada, please, Athapi te deva padam bhujatavaya prasada lesha anugrihita evahi. So it's very important to understand that without mercy we cannot progress, and always be in a mood to receive and absorb more.
Thank you very much. You're next.
Yesterday I was observing there's so many people coming and they're praying to Krishna, and I was also remembering my days earlier. I was also one of them and praying, and what I was praying mainly maybe, okay, to get a good grade, to get a good job, to get a good whatever opulences and everything. And then I recollected this prayer where Prabhupada and with Bhaktivinoda Thakur in the first he says that Chaya Vega Dumi, give me the control to the 6 Vegas, give me the 6 holy associations, give me the 6 good qualities, and please not have the 6 bad falls. So I prayed instantly, and I felt so relieved that okay, by the grace of the Acharyas, I have the right prayers in my heart, and I was just happy to see that we sang this morning. Hare Krishna.
Nice.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. So I really like the line like Amito Shakti Buddhi Hina and Amito Dina. So that really resonates, like doesn't matter how much you earn or how much you do anything in life, but you will be like always Heen and Deen.
Heen and Deen.
Yeah.
Nice. You have to have Heen and Deen. Kartik Dasi. Please, oh, you have it.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
I really appreciated the line towards the end where he's saying, if I can't get a little mercy, I'll just give up my life. Because the weight of that is so poignant. And once you've tasted spiritual life, there really is nothing else.
That's reminiscent of another verse in the 10th canto that we're studying now from Srimati Rukmini Devi. How does it start? Yashangri pankaja rajasnapanam mahanta vanchanti umapatiri vatmatamo mahatyai yaryam bujaksha nalabeya bhavat prasadam jayam krishun shata jayam ashun vrata krishan shata janmadi shanbi syat. That great souls like Lord Shiva hanker to bathe in the dust of your lotus feet and therefore purify themselves. And she said, if I cannot get your mercy, then I will perform such severe austerities that I'll have to give up my life heirs. And then somehow or other, birth after birth, then someday maybe I can attain your mercy. So this is a mood also we hear about with Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. When he went to take Diksha from his Guru Maharaj said, I'm not really taking disciples. And besides, you're already too advanced. You're a great scholar, what do I know? And he went repeatedly and then had the determination that if you won't accept me, I'll just give up my life because it's the only thing that's important to me. And then he accepted him. So that mood is very important. Yes, Radha Kripa.
Maharaj, I really like the way Vaishnava Thakur's the last para, in which it is written that Krishna is yours, you have the power to give him to me. I think it is very important we need to identify who has Krishna. If we don't know who has Krishna, then you might be looking Krishna somewhere else where you won't find it. So we are really fortunate that, acharyas are really identifying. You don't need to look beyond your spiritual teacher. That's where you'll get your everything. So this mood is, I just wanted to keep in my heart.
Vipad vidha bhagavata tirtha bhutta swayam vibho tirtha kurvanti tirthani swantakstena gadabrita. As Yudhishthira said to Vidura, that you're a holy place personified. In fact, he said, you go to the holy places and purify them, because everyone else goes there with these ideas, please give me a good grade. And they leave their sinful reactions behind. But because he said you carry the personality of Godhead within your heart, more important to us than Krishna is Krishna Prema. And that's what the devotees have that nobody else has. We can attain by their association and mercy and by service. Shushrusho Shoradhanasya Vasudeva Katasi Ruchi Syan Mahat Sevayabi Prapunya Tirtana Shevanat. By serving such great souls, one develops an affinity for hearing about Krishna. One could not ask for a better asset. Practically nobody has that, an affinity for hearing about Krishna. But if you serve the lotus feet of pure devotees, they can give it to you. Mahat sevam dwaramahurva muktestamo dvaram yoshitam sangi sangam. That's the gateway to Krishna. The spiritual world opens by the grace of the pure devotees. Any other thoughts, comments? Yes, Bhakti Manya.
In one of the translations, it was saying that I do not find the strength to carry the Sankirtan movement alone. And I was thinking that we can have all the facilities, we can have a bead bag, we can have a temple, we can have devotees, but it is the spiritual master who gives us strength to utilize and pick it up. It's very easy to see a bead bag, and the strength to pick up that bead bag and then chant comes from the spiritual master. I was thinking about that.
Yeah, nice observation. And we find in the mantras that one receives upon Diksha, there are two specifically dedicated to the Guru in the beginning, as is appropriate even in the Mangalacharna and the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Vande guru-nishta bhaktan. And then after the Gayatri mantra, Om Bhurva Swa, which everyone knows because they broadcast it all over India on stereo systems. Then comes the Guru Mantra, Guru Gayatri, and one meditates on Prachodayat, how the Guru enthuses us. And we pray to be enthused as our Guru is enthused. So Dayatava Pache Pache. The idea in the song is, you're running behind, please give me a drop of mercy. And as Hanumat Pray Shak Swami, our resident sannyasi, this is his place. He just doesn't come here ever. Said once, the reason Bhaktivinoda Thakur said he's running behind his guru is because his guru is running behind his guru. And everyone's running behind Krishna, trying to catch that drop of mercy. Last one? Okay, yes, please. Hanspriya, go ahead.
I also like that it says a sakala sammane. Sakala sammane korite sakati. So I was just thinking, until we give all the respect to Guru, it's not possible to get the taste of the holy name. So everything is in that relationship, to just even get the relationship with the holy name, relationship with the Vaishnava. So everything starts by just depending on that mercy of the Guru.
Such a good point, and it's rare because of raga bhaya krodha. Everyone has mistrust. How can I trust somebody else? How can I trust God even? That's the pervasive mood in the world, what to speak of a person who looks like they're from this world also, as a representative. And we see that principle of respecting Guru is enunciated in the Bhagavatam when Indra was being adored by his minions and his spiritual master entered the assembly. He was so carried away with the ceremony that he didn't stand up to recognize his Guru, and his Guru turned around and left, and then Indra lost everything after that. And we've seen such relationships. They're very obviously guru-nishta. One notable case was the saint, Jayananda Prabhu. I say saint because Prabhupada gave him sainthood before he left. Before Prabhupada left, he said his disappearance day should be honored throughout ISKCON. His picture is on the Rath Yatra cart. It's not ordinary. But I knew Jayananda Prabhu, and he was the simplest of servitors, humble, as it was mentioned in these bhajans, and simply dependent on Prabhupada's mercy. And kriyasu yas charanada vindayo. He did whatever menial service was available for Srila Prabhupada. So that kind of guru-nishta and guru-seva is the foundational aspect. Satyadev Prabhu is coming in, so we can just stand up when he comes in, and then we can reassemble and we'll start the readings. I'm going to start by calling on some devotees. We won't be able to get to everybody today because we're starting really late. And we can organize for next week. Now you can stand up. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Swagatam, Suswagatam. Please come. This is your seat here.
Thank you very much.
We're just glad you're here. Thank you for coming. We're going to need another microphone and stand on this seat, please. We'll be calling some devotees. And first, I noticed Damodar Vamsidhari Prabhu is here. So you sent me an offering, but since you're there, if you are there, and that's not your AI robot, could you please read your offering?
Prabhu, can I do it now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you so much. Dandavat pranams, everyone.
Hare Krishna.
I'll just bring it up. Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Daya Krishna Vishtaya Bhutale Srimate Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesh Nivadi Paschatya Deshatarine. My dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my most humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to you on this auspicious day of your divine appearance. On this special day, amidst the ISV devotees, I have the honor of wishing you a very happy appearance day. Your altar here at ISV is decorated so beautifully that it outshines the best in all of the 14 planetary systems. Surely you will be drawn to accept the loving offerings of the devotees and the heartfelt arrangements made for your pleasure. Kindly shower your special mercy on ISKCON of Silicon Valley Base Camp, so expertly developed by His Grace Vaiśeṣika Prabhu as a modern-day Kumbh Mela, a sacred site where devotees gather to hear and chant, honor prasadam, glorify you, and distribute your books. This Silicon Valley region, known worldwide for its technological revolution through companies like Google, Apple, Facebook, Oracle, Salesforce, etc., is destined to also become a hub of transcendental innovations. From here, we pray to expand your spiritual products, your books, holy names, prasadam, and temples throughout the world. This year also saw the Kumbh Mela at Prayagraj, a place very dear to me, as it is not only my birthplace but also the place where you lived for 36 years, where you received initiation, and where Rupa Goswami himself was initiated. I stayed in a tent there for a few days and witnessed millions congregating, yet I felt a certain shallowness in their spiritual pursuits, focusing on only one ritual dip in the Ganga to erase their sins before returning to the worldly life. But you, Srila Prabhupada, have given the world something infinitely higher. The chance to dive daily into the purifying waters of Krishna consciousness through hearing, chanting, prasadam, and service. I experienced this firsthand when I gave a Bhagavatam class in my tent at Kumbh Mela, simply reading your purports. Within minutes, a crowd gathered and listened intently. It struck me then how powerful your books are. These are fruits of your tireless nights of writing, your precious gift to the world. In fact, another anecdote I have was just like there is a Ganga, Yamuna, Saraswati, Prabhupada has created a flow of purports. And then we can daily, Nityam Bhagavad Sevaya, we can daily take a dip there. You also taught us that prasadam distribution is one of the greatest weapons for uplifting souls on mass scale. I was amazed to see how even a simple khichdi prepared with love and offered, then a Parle-Ji biscuit, gave people joy and beginning in their journey home. Along with prasadam, the Kirtan you gave us fills hearts with happiness and awakens dormant love for Krishna. Truly, life in Krishna consciousness is so much richer than anything outside. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for creating ISKCON as a society that allows ordinary people like me to be reclaimed to Krishna. By your mercy, I wish to dive deeper, relish the fruits you have left us in your purports, and share them with the world. Please empower me to realize and reveal these treasures swiftly so I may be used in your mission. ISV continues to expand with sharper strategies in social media and outreach, and we aspire soon to manifest multiple centers with one central center of excellence in the heart of the Bay Area, if it so pleases you. I have been given the seva of drafting documentation and policies for these growth centers. Although delayed in my effort, I humbly pray for your blessings to complete this work quickly so ISV can focus purely on unalloyed expansion in your service. I fully dedicate myself to supporting His Grace Vaiśeṣika Prabhu in developing ISV into a spiritual oasis, a spiritual capital of Krishna consciousness in the West, a place where thousands can gather, just like at a Kumbh Mela, but centered on your eternal mission of saving lost souls to engage their senses to gratify the senses of Krishna. Srila Prabhupada, it amazes me to see how many devotees are joining ISV every year, each offering service in unique ways. Some make garlands, senior executives sweep your temple floors, others cook tirelessly for people they may never meet, others decorate you, some distribute your books, and some sing your glories on the streets. And astonishingly, they do all this without material payment. Rather, they joyfully give their wealth and time. What unseen force drives them? Only your mercy and the spiritual bliss you reveal to the world. As I reflect on my 52 years of life, I see so many chapters closing and new ones opening, without me knowing where they will lead me to. But I know one thing: whatever strength, achievements, or service I may have is only because you have kept me in your orbit. Please keep me close to your mission and use this insignificant soul as you see fit. By your grace, I was also able to serve in the Mayapur Vrindavan Trust, MVT, which you personally established in 1972. Although I initially hesitated to accept such responsibility, the guidance of my spiritual master, His Grace Vaiśeṣika Prabhu, and senior Vaishnavas convinced me that I should help. When I began, the situation was challenging. Bank accounts were nearly empty, overdue taxes, neglected properties. But step by your blessings, operations got stabilized. Today, all apartments in Los Angeles are rented, payments are cleared, and corpus funds are growing steadily. Even in India, Rishikesh property has been expanded with 18 new rooms, and surplus funds are being secured as fixed deposit. My humble desire is to see MVT's corpus grow to over 100 crores in next 5 years, ensuring perpetual seva for your deities and mission. Srila Prabhupada, this service has been challenging, but is also allowed me to use whatever skills I have for your cause. I beg you to empower all trustees with purity of heart and unity of purpose, so we may not fail into traps of power or ego, but act only to please you. As we celebrate both your appearance day and Shri Krishna Janamashtami, I pray for your continued shelter and blessings, that I may contribute meaningfully to Lord Chaitanya's mission, avoid pitfalls, and one day peacefully leave this world in your service. With all my heart and soul, I resubmit myself to you. Please accept me as your insignificant servant and fighting commander, and kindly use me however you wish. Your insignificant servant, Damodar Vamsidhari Das. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Damodar Vamsidhari Prabhu. That was an extremely enlivening offering. Thank you very much for keeping close. You're far away, but you're very near as well. You're within everything, and yet you're still outside of everything. we call Her Grace Shraddha Devi Dasi. Please come up. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Helper. Speakers shouldn't have to organize their own.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, Koti Koti Pranams. Each year on your holy appearance day, I find myself pressing the repeat button on my annual gratitude playlist. Same words, same motion, but I promise the feeling goes deeper. Like a river heading for the ocean, I bring to you my offering, always a little muddier with experience and purified by your merciful current. On that remarkable Sunday in September 2007, I was simply trying to buy okra and get out quick. While signing a credit card slip at the Indian grocery store, probably daydreaming about samosas, my peripheral vision landed on your Bhagavad Gita as it is. Who knew enlightenment lurked behind the cash register? Before I knew it, my heart was hijacked. Drowning in material pursuits, your book was like a surprise, inflatable life raft. I was neck deep and suddenly floating on wisdom instead of dark clouds of ignorance. That unexpected moment marked a turning point, yet the path since then has been filled with both awakening and the challenge of breaking free from old patterns. Now, years later, even though you warned that time is fleeting, I find myself still trapped in the cycles of corporate America, caught in the same repetitive routines. As you said, punar punar charvita charvanarnam, endlessly chewing what's already being chewed. But instead of sugarcane, my teeth gnaw on spreadsheets, roadmaps, and corporate jargon. Traditionally, people get gifts on their appearance day, but here I am, breaking protocol and asking you for one. Please, Srila Prabhupada, send me a clear Google map out of this maze and towards your mission. Because, let's be honest, I have realized that my navigation skills are iffy. Please guide me to make the right choices so I can use my not-so-legendary multitasking capabilities in your service. As the years pass, your compassion seems to grow even faster than my email inbox 100 messages count. Your love through your books and your tireless disciples lifts countless souls. I realize more clearly every day how you're always there, quietly fixing my spiritual typos and redirecting my path even when I don't notice. What started as a drop of gratitude has grown into an ocean, but it still can't fill the immense container of your grace. Your shelter is my true fortune, much more valuable than any frequent flyer miles or annual bonuses, and your presence remains the best gift I have ever received. My words are only shadows of what is in my heart, an expanding realization of your mercy and sacrifice towards this very unskilled soul. Today, as I bow down before you again, I laugh at my own predicability. Same offering as previous years, but always deeper. With devotion, remembrance, and ever-growing understanding, I pray my gratitude makes you smile, even if I'm still fumbling with my journey. Your mercy case, Shraddha Devi Dasi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shraddha Devi Dasi, for your untiring service on all fronts. And now we have His Grace Deva Vrata Prabhu. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to your servants who have given their lives to your mission. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, you mention Lord Nityananda, who was Balaram himself, the first direct manifestation or expansion of Krishna, is the original spiritual master. This year we have been blessed to witness how the mercy of the spiritual master can manifest in our lives of service. Before speaking, we are reminded of the humble admission of Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami. Please listen to another glory of his mercy. He made a fallen living entity climb to the highest limit. To disclose it is not proper, for it should be kept as confidential as the Vedas. Yet I shall speak of it to make his mercy known to all. O Lord Nityananda, I write of your mercy out of great exultation. Please forgive my offenses. At this time last year, Srila Prabhupada, we had no facilities, no finances, a very small team, and much uncertainty about how to create a wave of Krishna-conscious student communities. How this service would actually manifest was far beyond our comprehension. In last year's offering, we expressed this uncertainty in a small room of 3 devotees by saying, but despite our efforts, thus far we can't help but to think that the rope is still 2 inches too short, and in our case, maybe 2 miles. And further, we often wonder that in order for us to know what empowerment is, we first have to know what defeat is. Just as a rich man cannot enjoy wealth unless he has been poverty-stricken. After sleepless nights, countless phone calls, meetings, and even tears, somehow, by Krishna's mercy, we have arrived at the lotus feet of Sri Sri Radhan Madan Mohan and Sri Chaitanya Dev. Now we have a space especially meant for attracting youth. A fund that can be used to expand youth facilities, a van for traveling to universities all over Northern California, and living in the ISV community where we can see young people becoming empowered. With these facilities, we have also been able to go out regularly to universities across Northern California, meeting students where they are, inviting them into Krishna's service, and connecting them with the wise student collective. By your mercy, these efforts are steadily planting seeds of bhakti in places that otherwise have little contact with the holy name or your books. How has all this become possible? We know it is to be your grace upon us. Just as Lord Nityananda was kind upon Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, you have been kind upon us. If we have achieved anything, it is only that we have accepted the order coming in disciplic succession. Kaviraj Goswami confirms that this was the essence of his own empowerment. Deki shuni mani ashe kore pichar Prabhu agya brindabana to tahasar. I thought about what I had seen and heard and concluded that the Lord had ordered me to proceed to Vrindavan at once. The specific word he uses here is Prabhu agya, the order of my Lord. By following that order, he testifies he attained everything. Similarly, anything we have achieved so far, though it is not much, is due to the potency of the order, not the potency of ourselves. You confirm this in Srimad Bhagavatam. This direct order of the Lord is a manifestation of his internal energy, and this particular energy is the means of seeing the Lord face to face. Dear Srila Prabhupada, the past year has been a miracle. We are deeply grateful to serve in the ISV community. to be provided the resources needed to carry out our service. And we have faith that by the potency of the order of the Guru Parampara, the service will continue to expand. Our prayer is that the humility of Kaviraj Goswami may be present in us amidst any success that comes from following that order. Jagai Made Hoite Muni Se Pratishta Purishera Kita Hoite Muni Se Lagishta. I am more sinful than Jagai and Madai, and even lower than the worms in stool. In this mood, please allow us to chant the holy names with helpless dependence and be overwhelmed by your grace. And just as Kaviraj Goswami was overwhelmed by the mercy of Lord Chaitanya, by Lord Nityananda, Vrindavanasi Poino Sri Radha Govinda, E Hoite Nityananda Shakshak Kripa Sindhu. I have attained all this by coming to Vrindavan, and this was possible by the mercy of Lord Nityananda. It is our desire that in the midst of expanding Krishna consciousness among students, we may, like Kaviraj Goswami, feel that we have attained everything simply by receiving your order and the grace of the Guru Parampara. Your grateful grand disciple servants, ISV Wise Krishna Conscious Student Collective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David Ratapru and Suvarna Bindu and your whole team for bringing breath of excitement into our midst. Thank you for being here. We're very grateful for your presence. And now we have one of our premier preachers in ISV, who's lion-like in her approach, but you'd never know it from seeing her external features. Manjari Gopika Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, wishing you a very happy appearance day. August 27, 2024, I got a ping from my ex-office colleague with below note. Hi dear, hope all is well with you. Every day I do my japa, which I have continued since the time you introduced me. I give thanks to you every day. How are you? How's motherhood? It goes on. I had completely forgotten how many rounds she was chanting, so I asked her, and she mentioned 16. I was shocked because this was 7 to 8 years back. We shared the same desk in my office, and now she had no association, nor she went to attend any local events in East Bay. A busy working mom, along with taking care of 2 kids. I was thinking it is easy to give up, but what made her so consistent? After a few weeks in conversation, she mentioned she was reading the Srimad Bhagavatam every day with her son, and then I realized it is you, dear Srila Prabhupada. She is associating with you every day. Otherwise, how else it is possible? I'm realizing how grateful we are to be able to associate with you through your books every day. Otherwise, everything seems difficult. Driving force. 7 to 8 years back, one couple in our Bhakti Vriksha would always ask, what is our motivation to conduct these classes? They were never convinced, no matter what reasons we were giving. In one of the sessions, we played the whole Hare Krishna movie after its release in our program. After the movie, with deep appreciation, they came expressing how this is the reason. They shared that Srila Prabhupada, you are the driving force. Day after day, not all days are smooth while preaching, but it is you who are showing us by example to have patience, enthusiasm, and be determined to share this message to one and all. Despite so many challenges in India, with no one being receptive, and then coming to West in old age, you were always determined to follow this one instruction of your Guru Maharaj, to give this knowledge in English language. With no money or any material security, surviving 2 heart attacks, yet you only prayed to be an instrument of Krishna's compassion to bring eternal joy to people in every town and village of the world. Giving this family of ISKCON. While traveling Sankirtan this year, we were able to witness the genuine care and love wherever we traveled. It was like going to my mother's place from my in-laws' house. All the devotees welcomed us with opulent prasadam and loving accommodation. Their heart was like a Bengali mother trying to feed us more and more. Even though we didn't know anyone, it felt just like one family. You gave us this one big family with temples everywhere in this world. Eternal love. 17th August 2015, exactly 10 years back from today, I received a phone call for the news I never wanted to hear. That would have devastated me, but your books kept me holding. My mother, who meant the world to me, had left forever. It's been 10 years, but not a day goes without remembering her. Srila Prabhupada, you once said the only relationship that is slightly similar to spiritual world is mother's love for the child. If this is the impact of mother's love, then I'm thinking, what about the love of our eternal mother and father, Shri Shri Radha Krishna? How could this love be forgotten? But you mentioned this dormant love is always existing. We only have to revive through the chanting of Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. Srila Prabhupada, no way I can repay what you have given us. I am fallen, unworthy and unqualified, yet you continue to extend your mercy. The most precious gift in my life is knowing that you have saved me, and I only seek to become your instrument and please you always. A small poem for you on your birthday. This is not AI generated. From the journey to the west, on the Jaladuta's waves, suffering 2 heart attacks, yet with prayers to Krishna and unshaken faith in Guru's word. With a heart full of compassion, patience and determination, without discrimination, you came to give the holy name, the holy name, the holy name of Krishna. In this world full of darkness, where everything is falling apart, at the crossroads of confusion, not knowing where to turn, my dear Srila Prabhupada, I see now this world is empty. Empty without your books. Your purports are our life and soul. They give true meaning to life. A ray of light. Through your Vani, there is nothing else we need. With a grateful heart, at your lotus feet, we pray only, make us instruments in your service, life after life. In separation, with grateful heart, your servants, Kishori, Achyuta Chaitanya Das and Manjari Gopika Devi Dasi.
Thank you very much, Manjari Gopika Devi Dasi, for all that you do. And now we have, well, an emerging star. He's already emerged, but just one of the great fruits of our community here, seeing the young people come up, take responsibility, and become mature in their devotional service and in their personal lives. I'm very grateful to call Akshara Nitai Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Hare Krishna. Dear Srila Prabhupada, on this occasion of your Vyasa Puja, I was reflecting on many things that I experienced this year, and I got this chance to go to New York. And for someone who hasn't been out of his zip code in years, going to New York was really like being a fish out of water. And then I started to reflect on how exactly you felt when you first touched down in America, and how you felt like you didn't know where to go and where to start. But despite this, you had prepared for this mission that your Guru Maharaj had given you in your younger years for your entire lifetime. And in every possible way, you managed to always accomplish something, take steps, and keep trying towards that goal. Your coming to New York was in many ways, and you're coming to New York and giving Krishna consciousness to people in the West who don't have this background. People like us who have, like personally, my parents, my family have come to this place not for any particular spiritual reasons, obviously, but like Lochan Das Thakur mentioned, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's servants will go after all the different devotees, or all the different people who have traveled across this world, ran away from this holy land of India, and they'll go and give them Krishna consciousness. So in that same way, you kept things very simple by understanding the spirit of our acharyas. You emphasized the principles similar to the way Chaitanya Mahaprabhu emphasized and said that there's these certain 5 things that are very important, which is chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, keeping association of devotees, reading Srimad Bhagavatam, worshipping the deity, and attending the dham. Sometimes we think that, we may not be able to attend the dham because we're here and the dham is somewhere else. But in many places you mentioned that the temples that I've established are non-different than Vaikuntha. So wherever you are, that is wherever Krishna is, especially since he has been established in this Western world by you who had Vrindavan in your heart, then in this very place we can also attempt and strive in our own way and eventually have that aspiration that yes, we can also access the mercy of the Dham. Some things I personally felt hit by when I was reading your books and reading about you this year were as follows. One was hearing a recounting of how you reacted to reading the commentary of Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur on Vyavasayatmika Buddhi Ekeha Kuru Nandana Bahushaka Yanantascha Buddhayo Vavasayanam. And in that commentary, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says that for a disciple, for himself, he's saying that my sadhana and my sadhya, which is my practice and my goal, are the same thing, which is to follow the instructions of my spiritual master. I have no other goal and I have no other practice. And when we come to seeing this, and when we see this through the way in which you reacted to it, which was taking the mission of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur even stronger and making that really your life goal. You were already convinced, but you felt enlivened by that. And in the same way in which we read the prayers of our acharyas who say that the way to achieve Krishna is actually by pleasing the Guru. We're running after the Guru for Krishna's mercy, and by that process of just going after the Guru, Krishna will be revealed in our hearts. Another thing, lastly, one thing that I saw that I really liked was when I went to Tompkins Square Park, and I was thinking about how just by you being there and chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, everybody was enlivened because they found something truly sublime. And in the last line to your prayer in Markine Bhagavad Dharma, which is the song that you wrote on the Jaladuta before reaching America, you mentioned something I find very nice. Bhakti nai vedanai nama khub daro, Bhakti Vedanta nama ebe sarthak karo. Out of humility, you mentioned the fact that although I'm named Bhakti Vedanta Swami, my name is Bhakti Vedanta, I don't have bhakti and I don't have Veda. I don't have knowledge. But I have a lot of faith in you, in your holy name, Krishna. And so please make my name successful. Please make this thing, this whole task of sannyas where I've given my life and I'm trying to serve the mission of my Gurudev successful. And so on this day, I simply pray that if I can get some small fraction of that faith in the holy name and dedication towards serving the instructions of my Guru, then hopefully you'll be pleased and I can constantly remain in that safe situation. Thank you very much. Hare.
Thank you very much, Akshara Nitai Prabhu. It's edifying, to say the least, to hear your realizations. And now we call the very enthusiastic Bhaktin Manya. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. Dear Srila Prabhupada, happy Vyasa Puja. Mostly growing up in the movement, I realized how I took you and your mercy for granted. I bowed before you before greeting the deities because that was the norm that I noticed devotees following. When I participated in a Kirtan for the first time, I unknowingly memorized your pranam mantra because it was a mantra that was chanted before every Kirtan. We had a tape of you chanting the Maha Mantra in our house, so I would listen to that. And every day, to get me up for school, my dad would play a recording of you saying, "Wake up, rascal, wake up. This is opportunity." I wouldn't even get up when he poured drops of water at me, but somehow your voice got me up. I always appreciated how you were strict, but soft at the same time. You would cook for your disciples, clean the temple before they knew how to, answer their letters so lovingly, and even take up their personal needs like medical issues or marriage. At the same time, you set a high standard for devotional service and corrected many of our doubts. Your strictness was surgical, not cruel. You say, "I'm 90% lenient. If I were to tell you everything at once, you'd faint." You curated your teachings according to time, place, and circumstance, which is the most remarkable to me. I learned how you transformed the lives of many, from hippies to happies. You didn't leave anyone behind, even if they didn't have faith in the philosophy or were averse to your movement. You engaged them in service. You helped us view the world through the eyes of service. Now, whenever I see someone drinking or smoking, I don't run away, but I look at it and I think, Prabhupada made them into happies, and Prabhupada convinced them of this philosophy. Sometimes I didn't know how I could approach you or feel close to you. It seemed so far-fetched for me to do so. It wasn't until I started reading your books, specifically Srimad Bhagavatam, that I began to feel more connected to you. Your purports are magical and thorough, and while they do go above my head sometimes, I appreciate the depth and practicality in them. It feels like you're speaking personally to us, and I can't express how grateful I am to you for painstakingly translating these books. You've given us a library of books that will never satiate us, and I know that rereading them will only further cleanse the heart. This December, I had the good fortune of visiting Kolkata through the Global Youth Yatra. Walking the same steps you took at Alta Junction Road to meet your spiritual master felt surreal to me. This was the place you received instructions to preach in the West, and now it became a tirtha that we were visiting to receive a drop of your mercy, so we too can fulfill the orders of our spiritual master. We saw the printing press you used to print our books. I felt deeply grateful to be in the association of your disciples. Their excitement, reverence, sincerity, and faith towards you made me feel close to you. I think this is how I understood the efficacy of parampara. I don't take your mercy for granted, Srila Prabhupada. I feel that you've put a piece of yourself in all of your disciples, and when I come in contact with them, I feel closer to you. Oh, how I wish I could convert myself to be a small girl again, offering you a flower and receiving a glance of your divine smile that has the potency to light up the whole world. Your story is one of a superhero who fought against all means and made it to the finish line. The best part is that it never gets old, no matter how many times we recount it. This translation of Bhagavatam 7.9.28, Prahlad Maharaj prays, My dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, because of my association with material desires, one after another, I was gradually falling into a blind well full of snakes, following the general populace. But your servant Narad Muni kindly accepted me as his disciple and instructed me how to achieve this transcendental position. Therefore, my first duty is to serve him. How could I leave his service? On this auspicious day of your appearance day, I pray, if you so desire, to help me never leave the service of my spiritual master, so that we can please you more and more. Thank you for considering my request. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Bhakti Manya. Extremely well expressed, deeply moving. And now we have the great honor of welcoming Her Grace David Dehiti to come speak to us. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. By what good fortune did we get you here today?
Made the arrangement. I don't know. Krishna's mercy for me.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you. My dear Srila Prabhupada, your short time with us has left a big impression on so many lives. Your service here, opening temples, writing books, making devotees, continues. Being your disciple has been such a joy, and also a big responsibility to represent you in your teachings and broadcast your message to all. You have given us everything, a vast ocean of knowledge. You spread the teachings of love, of Krishna, of God. You started Rath Yatra in so many countries worldwide. You wrote books in so many languages and opened temples worldwide. How can we repay you? Hopefully, you will call us again to be your transcendental army as we start leaving this world. Your words through your books have been the light that still is burning and leads the way back home. Oh dear Gurudev, you are the only shelter. What a privilege to have witnessed the dust of your lotus feet. Taking shelter of your loving glance is my only hope in this world. So grateful for your love, guidance, and especially your mercy. Your undeserving disciple, Deva Dihiti.
Thank you very much, David Dihiti, and I'm appreciating this continuity through the generations. It's quite amazing to hear from the direct disciples of Srila Prabhupada and to see them. It's a great inspiration. Thank you for being a stalwart. It is, isn't it? Because there's a way we're hearing the realizations of those from several generations. And as I said, there's a continuity, proving the spiritual principle of parampara, how the current runs through. It's not like the internet. When there's a distance from the modem, because it's a current that runs through the hearts of the devotees by the divine arrangement of the Lord. Now we get to hear from Nanda Patni Mataji. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And I just want to give a small disclaimer, and that is that the ecstasy is building, at least it is for me, hearing all these offerings. But we won't have enough time. There's always a crunch. It always seems in the beginning like we got all the time in the world, but then more and more devotees come. And typically we've found ways to extend the sessions and keep them going. I don't know how we'll do it this time because we're leaving for Toronto on Wednesday. But I think it's really important for the whole community to hear everybody as much as possible. So if we have to truncate at some point, please don't mind. It's only temporary. Hare Krishna.
I offer my humble obeisances to you, my merciful spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada, whose greatness throughout the world continues to grow with each rising and setting of the sun. It's hard to comprehend that you were born in the 19th century and that I would come to see you in the 20th century and that I remain still in this world as your unworthy disciple in the 21st century. The great fortune of my meditation is thinking of you in your room at Radha Damodar Temple in Vrindavan, translating the Srimad Bhagavatam into English, and taking your trips to Delhi to print your Back to Godhead magazine. From there, my mind and heart always goes to the Jaladuta ship, where you lay utterly in the arms of your beloved Krishna on those rough seas, and yet your inner vision and longing was with the cowherd boys in the forests of Vrindavan. Your loyalty, affinity, and total surrender was to the service of your beloved Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, as you embraced his desire that Krishna consciousness be established in all the English-speaking countries of the Western world. O Srila Prabhupada, how beautiful your service, how beautiful your purity, your force, how compassionate and generous beyond measure your ability to gather in your disciples and to generate and manifest the dimensions of Mahaprabhu's movement and mission on this planet. Your astounding manifestation of the deities of Gaurnitai, Balaram, Subhadra, and Jagannath, and Sri Sri Radhakrishna throughout the world. Your magnificent temples in Vrindavan, Mayapur, and Bombay remain the jewels in the crown to this day, whilst more and more beautiful temples are studded throughout countries and continents by virtue of that courageous trip you took across the seas to reach us. And then there are your hidden secrets, your books with the foundations of Tattva and Siddhanta, and your careful layering of the deepest internal meanings prompted by your referencing to the great works of the 6 Goswamis and the great acharyas in our line. Whether it takes me a lifetime or lifetimes, Srila Prabhupada, I'm running after you, floundering and stumbling, but hanging on to the dust of your feet and at the feet of the holy Vaishnavas and the holy Dhams. May I cling always to my Japamala and the holy Gayatri mantras. Your lowly servant, Nandapatni.
Thank you very much, Nandapatni, Devi Dasi, for your unswerving devotion and showing an example for the world how to follow one's spiritual master. And now I call the devotee who needs no introduction, our very own Kunjari. Haribo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. This story is about when you wanted to build a temple for Krishna in India. You already had temples in America, but your heart longed for Krishna to have a temple in his own land. At that time, you were living in South Bombay near Malabar Hill. It was comfortable, but you wanted to do something lasting for Krishna's pleasure. Then you heard about a beautiful 5-acre land piece that Mr. N was selling. I believe you first saw it in 1966, and instantly you felt that Krishna was fulfilling your desire. The devotees, however, didn't like the land. They saw broken bottles and trays of drugs everywhere. But you didn't see garbage. You saw Krishna's temple. You told the devotees to move in. They hesitated, saying, Prabhupada, we are Americans. Then you smiled and said, don't you want to get purified? How could they say no? They moved in. An agreement was made with Mr. N. The total price was 14 lakh rupees to be paid in installments. The devotees moved in, but later told you that they had given Mr. N 7,500 rupees without it being part of the agreement, simply because they thought that he was a respectable businessman. Soon after, Mr. N refused to give the deed unless you paid 2 extra lakh rupees as corporate tax. You firmly refused, and as this was not in the agreement, but Mr. N kept pressing, even sending Giriraj Maharaj to arrange funds from the bank or America. Finally, just to move the matter forward, you allowed the devotees to pay extra amount. Still, Mr. N did not hand over the deed. He said you first needed permission from the charity commissioner. When the devotees applied, they found out that they were already 1 year late. Mr. N used this to delay further, and with friends in banks, courts, and politics, he tried to close every door. One day you were in Hyderabad, so was Mr. N. So His Grace Shyam Sundar Prabhu had a sweet little daughter, Saraswati, whom Mr. N liked very much. Using this connection, Shyam Sundar Prabhu arranged a meeting between you, Mr. N, and Mr. N's spiritual guru. Mr. N believed his guru's magic would shield him from your purity. After a large lunch, Mr. N's guru suggested to take some rest. You replied, if someone tells you to rest, it means they themselves want to rest. Then you said, let's call Mr. N now and get the deed signed. Mr. N sat down, pen in hand, but suddenly anger flared in him. He shouted offensive words at you, saying, I won't sign the deed. I won't return the money. And he stormed out with his guru, slamming the door. Next day, Mr. N suffered a heart attack and passed away. Mrs. N became a hostile. She called the police, claiming the temple was illegal. And Mr. N's friends tried to tear down the small temple the devotees had built. The structure was nearly destroyed. Only the dome remained. Then Mrs. N went to the court demanding that no temple be allowed on the land. But since it was Friday afternoon, the case would not be heard until Monday. You immediately said, let's complete the temple before Monday's hearing. For 3 days, through heat, rain, and exhaustion, the devotees worked day and night. By Monday morning, the temple stood tall. In the court, Mrs. N's lawyer argued no temple could be built on the land. But the judge saw that the temple was already there. So, he ruled in your favor. And so, Mrs. N had no choice except to give over the deed. Prabhupada, this is only one story of one temple, yet you traveled the globe 14 times and built 108 temples worldwide, creating a great umbrella of Krishna's shelter over our heads. No matter where we live, your vision, determination, hard work, and intelligence is serving Krishna. Show the depth of his love for him. When Krishna consciousness was losing its fame, a ray of hope was born by the name Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you, your servant Kunji.
When I first heard about the 4 Kumaras, I thought, are they for real? But I can see that there are ways in which children who are continuing their devotional service, although in children's bodies, have great devotional maturity. Thank you, Kunji. It was a very well-placed story for today's ceremony. Well done. And now we have maybe the hardest working devotee at ISV, or maybe in ISKCON itself, Jamuna Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna. See? You got to go get her. Proof positive. That was like Jayananda too. I was there in 1973 in San Francisco, and there was a darshan, and there's all devotees packed in Prabhupada's room, and then Prabhupada wanted to know where Jayananda was. He was off doing service. Everyone else was pushing to get in. Finally, they got Jayananda, and he came in as usual. He was in his work clothes. And he came in very humbly, sat in the back. Prabhupada recognized him for his service. So the service of the devotees is never unnoticed by Krishna or the spiritual master. It's a universal principle mentioned by Krishna himself in the Bhagavad Gita, where he says, Kavim Purana Manushashitaram. The first way he says you can remember me is Kavim, which means I know everything, which means he knows us perfectly. And whatever service we do is counted and recorded, Prabhupada writes in the 6th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. So now, for a second time, let's welcome Her Grace Jamuna Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Psai Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamini Namani Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharni Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashkata Dishtarni. It's going to be really hard to follow that act. That was amazing. Thank you for letting me say my short prayer poem. Dearest Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances to your divine lotus feet. All glories to you on your divine appearance day. It really feels in this temple room as if you have descended down from the spiritual world on this grand lotus flower to personally hand us all understanding and love of Krishna. Here is a little poem I wrote in gratitude. My heart wells up with gratitude and my eyes well up with tears when I take a moment to contemplate what you perpetually give year after year. Taking this complex philosophy and distilling it down to its essence so that everyone everywhere can practice and deeply understand the lessons. The teachings of the 6 Goswamis, how could someone like me understand? When I read your books carefully, I feel you are there holding my hand. You show us the way from morning to night, how to keep Radha and Krishna in the center of our life. The worship, the artwork, the japa, and the books, the prasadam, the friends, the kirtans, and the books. Yes, I said books twice. I hope that is all right. Within them is everything, if we only have clear sight. Dearest Srila Prabhupada, I have one strong desire, that we can all get along to lift everyone higher, to share all the love and wisdom you have generously given to us, so people know where to turn when they are ready and life gets rough. Wherever you are, that's where I want to be. Thank you endlessly for giving shelter to a rascal like me. I feel so fortunate to be a part of your family, Srila Prabhupada. I pray I can be of some service to you, your disciples, and your mission, aspiring to serve Jamuna Devi Dasi.
Jamuna lives hours away from here, but she's always here. for everything. And even while she's there, Bhakti Forums is a desire that we've had for so many years, and she and Todd have had for so many years, and can just see how Krishna's given you so much because you give so much. Thank you for your tireless service and for taking so many responsibilities in such a cheerful way. It's quite amazing, actually. Thank you. Hare Krishna. And now, a personality who I don't think we could live without, Her Grace Jagarini Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
I feel like I'm home.
Hear, hear.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prastaya Bhutale, Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namani, Namaste Saraswati Deve, Gauravani Pacharane, Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschachare Satarane. Vanchakalpa Trubhyascha Kripa Sindhupyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Dear Srila Prabhupada, I get a little choked up seeing him in that beautiful lotus. It's just very emotional to see that. It's beautiful. Today we are celebrating your Divine Appearance Day, giving us pause to meditate on you, reflect on what you have done for us, and attempt to express the feelings evoked by that meditation. Where do I begin? My heart is heavy with feelings of separation, astonishment, admiration, reverence, and extreme gratitude. You taught us how to live as Lord Chaitanya taught his associates, to worship Krishna, discuss transcendental topics with like-minded devotees, honor prasadam, chant the holy names, dance and be happy. You spoke to waken us, inform us of our true eternal nature, but it was your kindness and loving concern for each of us that pierced our hearts and caused our allegiance to you. We were low-born, dissatisfied hippies seeking truth, and you patiently, mercifully transformed us into happies. We followed your directions militantly, chanting 16 rounds each day, inaugurating and organizing temples according to your directions, working together, however clumsy, faithfully day after day. You were traveling, directing us, teaching us to cook, make plans for new temples, preaching to guests, making disciples, managing a worldwide movement and its many challenges without internet or cell phones, answering letters by hand, all by day. Then, when all was quiet and we were all sleeping, you were in samadhi, translating your books and writing your illuminating purports. Your books were a game changer, Srila Prabhupada. Temples worldwide formed transcendental armies to distribute your books to save humanity. The study and distribution of your books became focus in ISKCON, causing your movement to grow and mature and causing devotees to better understand the true nature of bhakti, endeavoring to serve, to preach, and to listen with kindness. Your books have enlightened us and will continue to guide generations of devotees for the remainder of this age of quarrel. Srila Prabhupada, I am grateful to you beyond words. I was very young when you accepted me as your disciple and changed my life, a spiritual rebirth into a family of devotees. In Srimad Bhagavatam 10:51-53, Sri Mukunda says, Muchikunda says, excuse me, when the material life of a wandering soul has ceased, O Achyutya, he may attain the association of your devotees. And when he associates with them, there awakens in him devotion unto you, who are the goal of all of the devotees and the Lord of all causes and their effects. And in your purport to this verse, you state, in this connection, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti points out that the merciful association of the Lord's devotees makes possible our determination to become Krishna conscious. It is this family of devotees that I credit for whatever progress I have made in Krishna consciousness. My long and deep friendships with your disciples and grand disciples have nurtured and inspired me in devotional service. You truly built a house in which the whole world could live. Srila Prabhupada, I pray that you forgive my many shortcomings and keep me in the shelter of your lotus feet. Please bless me that I may be able to more deeply understand your books and to somehow be useful in assisting your Sankirtan movement. Your eternal servant, Jagarini. I was also asked if it's okay with everyone to read Akuranath's offering. It's okay?
Please, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, he wrote, Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namani Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschachari Satarane Om Agyana Timirandasya Jana Jana Salakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Dear Srila Prabhupada, this is, you could see the contrast between him and I. The great men and women of history are often those who had a bold vision not shared by their contemporaries. In an unpublished essay, American author Mark Twain wrote, quote, "From the beginning of the world, no revolt has ever been begun but by that one daring man in the 10,000, the rest timidly waiting and slowly and reluctantly joining under the influence of that man and his fellows from the other 10,000s. By so clearly presenting the science of bhakti yoga, your books have begun a revolution in the impious lives of a misdirected civilization. By your energetic service of your Guru Maharaj, you have brought the clear divine vision of the personality of Godhead to the Western countries and around the globe, to the people of our benighted time who are spoiling their lives in the vain pursuit of economic development and sense gratification. And you have left it to us, your disciples, grand disciples, and your followers, to nurture that vision and see that revolution through to ultimate re-spiritualization of society, which is your legacy and unshakable aim. We pray for your guidance and blessings to help us carry out this unfinished work, which may be the work of generations, and we feel your presence with us as we follow your divine instructions. Though I am lazy and unqualified, please bless me that I can please you by accomplishing something worthwhile in the service of your servants who are carrying on this great revolution of Bhagavat Darshan. That is my humble prayer. Your eternal servant, Akuranath Das.
Thank you very much, Jagarini and Akuranath Prabhus. And now I'd like to call Her Grace Nirakula Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
I'm already tlchamt. Vanchakalpaturvjasya kripasindhuryevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Hare Krishna. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my prostrate obeisances, all glories to your lotus feet. Vyasa Puja is a sacred occasion when followers gather to honor and express their gratitude to their spiritual master, whose compassion and wisdom illuminate the path of Krishna consciousness. On this auspicious day, I bow before you, Srila Prabhupada, the founder, Acharya of ISKCON, whose life and teachings have transformed millions around the world. You appeared in this world as Krishna's ambassador, manifesting the mercy of his disciplic succession that reaches back to Lord Brahma himself. When we reflect on your journey from the busy streets of Calcutta to the distant shores of the West, we see the unfolding of Krishna's divine plan. You endured unimaginable hardships with humility, patience, and unshakable faith in your Guru Maharaj's order. At an advanced age, you crossed the ocean alone on the Jaladuta, with no wealth, no support, and frail health. You relied only on Krishna and the holy name. In your footsteps, we see the marks of the pure devotee, fearless, surrendered, and always dependent on the Lord. Through your mercy, we receive the greatest gift, the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, which connects the soul directly with Krishna and offers shelter to us all. Every time we gather for Kirtan or chant on our beads, we invoke your mercy. It is your voice that echoes in our hearts, reminding us to sit properly or to simply concentrate on the sound of Krishna's name. The process is simple and accessible to everyone, regardless of nationality, background, or social status. By teaching us to chant, you gave us a lifeline to eternity. Your compassion is active, practical, and tireless. You traveled around the world 14 times, established 108 temples, and translated many volumes of scriptures. You built not only temples of stone and marble, but also spiritual temples within people's hearts, inspiring men and women of every nation to chant, dance, and serve Krishna together. Your translations and purports of the Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, and many other works shine like lighthouses in the darkness of ignorance. You didn't just translate Sanskrit and Bengali words, you poured your devotion and divine realizations into every page. As a result, your books are infused with transcendental energy. They answer life's deepest questions, guide us through challenges, and inspire us to develop love for Krishna. Future generations will continue to be nourished and uplifted by the wisdom you have given us. By founding ISKCON, you established a spiritual home for people all around the world. You welcomed everyone, scholars, children, elders, hippies, skeptics. Regardless of background or nationality, you showed that Krishna consciousness is not limited by time, place, or culture. It is the eternal right of every soul. Through Kirtan, Prasadam, festivals, and service, you gave us a family where we can grow and experience the joy of bhakti. The temples you built serve as sanctuaries where Krishna's name is celebrated, prasadam is distributed, and communities flourish in devotion. Through ISKCON, you brought the world together in a movement of love and transcendental joy, fulfilling the prophecy of Lord Chaitanya and Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur that the holy name would be heard in every town and village. Your mercy has transformed lives everywhere. You lifted us up from drowning in materialism and ignited the flame of devotion in our hearts. You saw potential. You never judged, but fanned the spark of devotion in each person, empowering them to become servants of Krishna. Even today, decades after your departure, Your presence remains alive. When we read your books, we hear your voice. When we chant, we remember your instructions. When we feel lost, your example keeps us steady. And when we feel joyful, we remember that you opened the door to Krishna for us. Dear Srila Prabhupada, on this sacred day of your divine appearance, I offer my humble obeisances again and again at your lotus feet. I pray for the humility to accept correction, the zeal to share Krishna consciousness, and the patience to serve others in their spiritual journey. May I always remember that devotional service is about service, not status. Please bless me to purify my heart, to improve my chanting, and to remain forever protected at your lotus feet. My beloved Guru Dev, everything meaningful in my life comes from you. Without your guidance, I would be lost in the waves of material desire. But by your mercy, I have found purpose, hope, and joy in serving Krishna and his devotees. On this Vyasa Puja, I renew my dedication to your mission. I pray that your books illuminate every home, that the holy name echoes in every heart, and that your movement thrives forever. May my life, every thought, word, and action be a token of gratitude to you. All glories to you, Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your ISKCON, and all glories to the holy name. Begging your eternal service, I remain your undeserving daughter, your Dasi.
Thank you very much, Nirakula. And that leads us to Her Grace Mahaguna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Thank you. Hare Krishna. I feel so inadequate talking after such a great, eloquently expressed offerings to Srila Prabhupada. But let's see, I did write some things. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my most humble obeisances. I was remembering when I first saw Prabhupada. That was 1972 in Prabhupada's quarter in Los Angeles after initiation. He had called myself and my husband to his room after initiation, since he had noticed that I was Japanese. So as we entered the room, there was many devotees around Prabhupada. The Prabhupada was smiling big, very loving, very gentle, kindly. That gave me very comfortable feeling because I didn't speak English. I didn't know what was happening. It was kind of scary for me. I didn't even know the meaning of initiation. But he was so welcoming, and that really touched me. And he even made a joke. He asked me, where's your parents? So I said, I don't have a parents, because my parents had passed away a long time ago, and then I didn't know how else to say it. So I said, I didn't have parents. And he said, oh, Stoke brought you here? And I'm not really sure if I really understood what he said then, but afterwards, I heard it from Sachidev. That's what he said. So anyway, everybody just kind of burst into laugh. And then that was like so wonderful to me. It's a first step to the spiritual life, knowingly or unknowingly. And over this 50-some years, I've been thinking about the service, devotional service that I have done some. But if I think back what I have been doing, my motivation was not so pure. I did them for as a duty. I did many times because of the peer pressure. And then I thought, well, if I do this, everybody will like me. Everybody can accept me as a devotee. So it was kind of impure kind of devotional service. But this this last May, we had very special opportunity that we were performing for Prabhupada, only for Prabhupada, which was bringing the Radha Govinda deity from America to Japan. And they were established, they were installed by Prabhupada 1972 in Tokyo. And then Prabhupada had, the temple in Japan that time wasn't so together, but he had agreed, yes, he would install them. And then Banu Maharaj said it was very simple installation, just a little balls with a little hot water and little flour, And but he agreed that he would install this deity to Japan for the Japanese devotees. But for many different circumstances, didn't allow Radha Govinda to stay in Japan. And then they were moved to India, to LA for over like 40-some years. And then we've been wanting to bring them back to Japan all these years, but somehow it just didn't happen. And then, but finally, the last May, we were able to arrange them to go back to Japan. And we felt that was something that we could please Prabhupada, because he had installed it for Japanese people, and I felt responsibility to do that for him, because he wasn't very happy when the deity was moved. And then when we took the deities to Japan, they were welcomed so heartfully. They had a red carpet, all these flowers, all these devotees were dancing and singing with joy. And then they had Pushpanjali with tiny little cherry blossom petals, the pink petals, so many, so much. And then I felt like, well, this is it, They finally came back to Japan, welcome to Japan. And then I saw the Japanese devotees with so much enthusiasm and so much joy. And I felt like I finally passed the baton to them. Now this is their time to serve Prabhupada. And when I saw the whole thing, it just made me so happy, so fulfilled. And I thought, this is one of the service I have done without much of my personal motive. And that's what Prabhupada had always taught us, to do the devotional service without any material motivation. And then I had a little taste of that, and then it took me a long time, but I tasted a little bit, and then I felt like that's what I should do. I should do something from my heart, from not for any other reason, but to please Prabhupada and Krishna. And then I know my life is so little more to live, but in that short time, somehow I can reach to that point that I could be at any service just to serve for you and for Prabhupada and for Krishna. And then I have to say thank you to Prabhupada just to teach us that. He was telling us from the beginning, but I didn't get it. And it took me a long time, but hopefully everybody else can take on this attitude of serving. So I cry too much. Well, thank you so much for my inadequate talk. And then I just thank Prabhupada deeply from my bottom of my heart for giving me this spiritual life that I didn't even expect it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Malguna. That was amazing. And I remember that Satya Prabhu and Malguna had told me that on that meeting, that Prabhupada asked Malguna to be the temple president there in Japan. I was just reminded how, as you pointed out, and as others have pointed out, Prabhupada saw potential. And when he saw anyone, he would immediately engage them, perhaps even more than anybody saw the potential in themselves. Now we have, looks like a dual act here. It says Bhakti Amira and Bhakta Arman. Are you coming together? Now that's interesting. Do you need another chair? Somebody grab another chair, please bring it up. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. We offer our heartfelt obeisances to all the assembled Vaishnavas, our dear Guru Maharaj, His Grace Vaiśeṣika Maharaj, and Guru Ma, Her Grace Nurakula Mataji, and to A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, Founder Acharya of the International Society of Krishna Consciousness.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, on this sacred day, we here gather to honor you, Srila Prabhupada, the representative of Vyasadeva. You took the essence of timeless Vedic wisdom and made it available to the entire world, not only through your books, but through your personal example of humility, determination, and compassion.
Because of you, millions who were once lost in material life now chant Krishna's holy names.
Because of you, the teachings of Bhagavad Gita are not just philosophy on a shelf, but a living guide for daily life.
And because of you, even we as teens have the chance to experience bhakti and serve the Vaishnavas who serve Krishna.
And because of you, Under the shelter of your beloved son and daughter, our Guru Maharaj, His Grace Vaiśeṣika Maharaj, and Guru Ma Nirikula Mataji, we have such a close-knit spiritual family, where everyone is selflessly caring and encouraging. Dear Srila Prabhupada, I've heard the saying that it takes a village to raise a child. ISV is the truest example of this saying.
Because of you, we are surrounded by your amazing grandchildren like Malini Mataji, Srivas Pandit Prabhu, Radha Vallabha Prabhu, Hansapriya Mataji, Sukeshri Mataji, Rajeshri Mataji, Yashoda Kripa Prabhu, Yashoda Dalal Prabhu, Manjula Kanta Mataji, and so many others who are making sure that all your great-grandchildren are getting all the love, guidance, and proper instructions that you set for us. They ensure your grandkids and great-grandkids are always safe, well-fed, and inspired to strive for deeper spiritual advancement.
Because of you, I feel so blessed to be part of such a spiritual family, where your exemplary great-grandchildren, our spiritual siblings, are paving the way, following your instructions, and spreading the holy name with enthusiasm and devotion. Their dedication inspires us to also carry forward your mission in whatever small way we can.
And you also once said to your devotees, your love for me will be shown by how much you cooperate to keep this institution together after I am gone. Those words made me realize how much blood, sweat, and tears you poured into this movement. Though you are no longer physically with us, your presence is always felt through your instructions, your books, and this ISKCON family under the guidance of His Grace Vaiśeṣika Maharaj.
I know I fall short in many ways, yet your quote reminds me of the spiritual duty that we all share, to serve cooperatively, humbly, and selflessly in expanding your legacy and the movement.
Please continue to empower all of us through your teachings so that we may continue trying to expand the Hare Krishna movement across the world. Thank you for considering our request. Om Tat Sat.
Thank you, Srila Prabhupada,
for giving us Krishna, for giving us hope, and for giving us a spiritual family. All glories to you on this auspicious day of Vyasa Puja.
Your eternal servants,
Amaya and Amran.
It's an amazing phenomenon. I noticed how their voices are perfectly tuned. And their moods also. They work together, brother and sister, in a very sweet way. Thank you very much for your offering. It's extremely meaningful. Hare Krishna. Okay. Now we have Nitya Tarangani Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. The lotus grows out of the muddy water, blossoms into beautiful flower. As you sit in the midst of the lotus petals, I can't help but think how you lifted countless souls struggling in the muddy waters of material existence and helped them blossom in their original Krishna consciousness. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has inaugurated Sankirtan in Srivasangan, and later his associates were sent out to share the nectar of Krishna Prem with others. After 500 years, through your unwavering determination to serve your spiritual master's instructions, you spread this divine nectar all over the globe by sending out your disciples. Now, the names of Shri Shri Gaur Nitai are being sung by people far and wide. I cannot imagine how difficult my life would have been without your books. There is a saying that books are the best friends you can have. Srila Prabhupada, I doubted that saying until I read your books. Through my long and very plane rides, purposeless family gatherings, and during the toughest times, Whenever I feel the need of company of a true friend, when I pick your books and begin to read, I feel immediate comfort. With all my heart, I offer my deepest gratitude for giving us the greatest gift. Your books, filled with the transcendental knowledge, are like refreshing lakes of pure water in the middle of a desert. Recently, I had to travel and miss the celebration of Balaram Purnima at ISV. I felt dejected, but then realized that there was an ISKCON temple you have established just a 1.5 hour drive away from where I was staying. The temples you built in the Western world are another greatest gift. I went and joyfully took part in the festivities. There, when visiting a random place, I noticed your books displayed at the reception, and one person was thoughtfully examining Bhagavad Gita as it is. That person who was examining the book, your book might not realize that his spiritual journey has started just by spending time reading your book, that he is holding the key to invaluable treasure of love of Supreme Personality of Godhead. When I saw that visual, I was immediately reminded of you, spending countless sleepless nights writing this transcendental literature, pouring your heart into every word, reminding the reader that you're not your body, and Krishna is the ultimate shelter for everyone. I was reminded of you sitting on the steps of Sumati Morarji's office building for 5 hours to meet her so that she could help you print Srimad Bhagavatam copies later on. How can one even begin to comprehend your boundless compassion for all the humanity? You stepped off the Jaladuta with only a few books and a couple of dollars, small in material terms, but armed with a grand vision to spread Krishna's holy name in every town and village. Now Krishna consciousness has spread across the globe, and you have established a community where people can walk in freely and become part of the process, no questions asked. You have created an environment where infinite lotuses could bloom out of muddy waters and blossom in Krishna consciousness. You continue to guide and inspire countless generations to come. Srila Prabhupada, I can never repay the debt in return for how much I am benefiting from your mercy. I pray that I may never take anything for granted, and I pray for the strength to always remain serious and sincere in serving my Guru Maharaj, who serves your mode and mission in sharing Krishna consciousness with others. Thank you so much, your most undeserving, humble servant, Nitya Dharangini Devi Dasi.
Now we have a short intermission until 10:30. We'll see you back in 4 minutes and 3 seconds. Hare Krishna. I'm going to have to let you go now. Shall we reconvene? Yes. How is it so far for all of you? It's one of the best events we have every year, isn't it? I wonder why that is. I think, for me, it's the continuity of realization through the generations that is especially reassuring in the process. The idea of hierarchy is there, but then we see the spiritual acumen of those from all generations and see that the spiritual energy is available to everyone who's sincere. What's more, it flows through the disciplic line, and the great gratitude that devotees feel also indicates Prabhupada's presence and his continuing potency, and that of the disciplic succession as a whole. Is everyone settled and ready? Yes. If you're waiting in the wings, working on your offering, please come in and sit, or if you want to work on it, it's okay too. But just come in and sit, be present. Shastra Sar, could you come in? So now it's a great honor to introduce the next speaker, who's my deepest friend and has been a great inspiration to me, and who I couldn't imagine being on the planet without him. His Grace Satyadev Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Could I have a physical copy of the Bhagavad Gita? And I just want to touch it. And would it be possible to put a verse and a purport up on the screen? Like chapter 2, verse 16. Thanks. 16, yeah. Okay. Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimakte Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pachadane Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarane. Offer my humble obeisances to my spiritual master, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, and to all of his children, grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren, and I think even now great-great-great-grandchildren, and to all future grandchildren. Haribol. Pretty amazing. So today my offering is, I guess you could compare it to like when we worship Mother Ganges by offering her water back to her. So this is my offering today to Srila Prabhupada. I just wanted to read, there are so many verses and purports that inspire me and guide me, and I always get deeper and deeper realizations from. It's living Prabhupada's spiritual living presence in his verses and words, in his purports. So I wanted to share one of those today. And this is chapter 2, verse 16. And especially I'm going to be pointing to something in the purport. Nasato vijite bhavo, na bhavo vijite sata. Ubayor api drishton tas tuanayos tatvadarshi be. Those who are seers of the truth have concluded that of the non-existent, the material body, there is no endurance, and of the eternal, the soul, there is no change. This they have concluded by studying the nature of both. And Srila Prabhupada writes in the purport, there is no endurance of the changing body. The body is changing every moment by the actions and reactions of the different cells, as admitted by modern medical science. And thus the growth and old age are taking place in the body. But the spirit soul exists permanently, remaining the same despite all changes of the body and the mind. That is the difference between matter and spirit. By nature, the body is ever-changing, and the soul is eternal. This conclusion is established by all classes of seers of the truth, both the impersonalist and personalist. In the Vishnu Purana 2.12.38, it is stated that Vishnu and his abode all have self-illuminated spiritual existence. Jyotishi Vishnur Bhavanani Vishnu. The words existent and non-existent refer only to spirit and matter. That is the version of all seers of the truth. This is the beginning of the instruction of the Lord to the living entities who are bewildered by the influence of ignorance. Removal of ignorance involves the reestablishment of the eternal relationship between the worshiper and the worshipable, and the consequent understanding of the difference between the part and parcel living entities and the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One can understand the nature of the Supreme by thorough study of oneself. The difference between oneself and the Supreme being understood as a relationship between the part and the whole. That sentence, it still goes over my head, but it really went over my head when I first read it. But there's something that it touched me. Prabhupada's, in one purport, he says that the acharyas, they give us different hints, that on our journey, as we progress, we pick up those hints. Sometimes those we don't notice the hints, but when we're ready, that hint will touch our heart, and that will be further guidance that we need. And to me, this sentence is one of those hints that it's very deep, and to this day, I've never reached the bottom of its depth. But it's an instruction that it's an everyday instruction for us to thoroughly investigate ourselves. That's part of the process of understanding the Supreme and our relationship with the Supreme, is this daily introspection. And it's by that introspection that we can see the garden of our heart and attend to the garden that each one of us must do. Nobody can actually do it for us. And so this instruction has been so vital to me. But let me continue with the purport. One can understand the nature of the Supreme by thorough study of oneself. The difference between oneself and the Supreme Being understood as a relationship between the part and the whole. In the Vedanta Sutra, as well as in Srimad Bhagavatam, the Supreme has accepted as the origin of all emanations. Such emanations are experienced by superior and inferior natural sequences. The living entities belong to the superior nature, as it will be revealed in the 7th chapter. Although there is no difference between the energy and the energetic is accepted as the Supreme, and the energy or nature is accepted as a subordinate. The living entities, therefore, are always subordinate to the Supreme Lord, as in the case of the master and the servant, or the teacher and the taught. Such clear knowledge is impossible to understand under the spell of ignorance, and to drive away such ignorance, the Lord teaches the Bhagavad Gita for the enlightenment of all living entities for all time. So Srila Prabhupada, he's made so many contributions, but this Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarane, he's made it so clear for us to understand how the Supreme is a person, and that we are one and different from that person, and that Supreme is the worshipable, and we are the ones that worship, because we are the dependent part. And he's made that so clear in all of our books, and that continues to be a big confusion, in spiritual communities. But anyone who reads practically any purport in one of Srila Prabhupada's books, this confusion is erased. And once that confusion is erased, it's only then that one can actually, it's only then that the bhakti can arise and grow within the heart. As long as we have confusion about what am I, and what is God, and what is our relationship, then bhakti cannot flourish. I wanted to just speak a little bit about my impression today for this Vyasa Puja. And maybe you all noticed when I walked in, you all stood up. Thank you so much. It's really hard to tolerate. But I was just stunned to see Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa-san, and the offering of flowers. It's just so incredible. And I just want to offer a little bit of a historical perspective. If you could be inside my mind right now. I notice on Facebook, sometimes maybe your feed is different than mine, but lately I've been seeing these pictures of San Francisco, of the old, like in the early 1900s and today. And I saw one picture the other day. It was 20th and Noe Street. Does everyone know where 20th and Noe Street is? Maybe not. It's a very hilly part. And it showed the top of Noe Street and then 20th going down towards the Castro. In 1910 and then now. And in 1910, there was a hill there with a few buildings, but nothing else. And then you look at it today, and it's full of buildings, and it's a beautiful scene of the panorama of San Francisco. So this is my 55th Vyasa Puja. And my first Vyasa Puja was in Tokyo, Japan. And you guys have all heard my story. And that was the first Vyasa Puja in ISKCON. And looking back on it, if maybe from Srila Prabhupada's point of view, his planting of Krishna consciousness in America and then around the world was like a grand experiment. And so at that time, the Vyasa Puja was a kind of experiment. And so the Prabhupada's senior disciples were there. Tamal Krishna, Kirtanananda, Madhuvisa Swami, Devananda Swami, Kartikeya Swami, Sudama, Chintamani, Borijan. Borijan wrote a book about his experience of that day. What's the name of his book, do you know? My Spiritual Master, or My Glorious Master. So I encourage you all to read that story. His remembrance was so much greater than mine. But anyway, It was I went on Janmashtami and stayed the night, and the next day was Vyasa Puja day, and Srila Prabhupada came to the temple, and he sat down, and he was anticipating having the first Vyasa Puja. And he asked for Pushpa, where's the flowers? And there were no flowers. So I have that image in my mind, like 20th and Noe in 1910. And now, today, so many flowers. And that's like a view of ISKCON from then to now, kind of, in my mind. And of course, it was hilarious at the time because Prabhupada was saying, Pushpa, Pushpa. Like, where's the garden, or where's the flowers? And then Sudama, he ran into the kitchen to make Pushpa rice. Nobody understood even what does Pushpa mean? What language is that? And so it was like the Three Stooges running around, and of course that was only my second day in the temple, and I was observing all of this, and kind of at one minute everyone's ecstatic, Prabhupada's here, and the next moment everyone's crying with their heads down, body language, shoulders curved in, and expressing how sorry they were for not getting the Vyasa Puja together. And so over the years I've thought about that, and I'll just read one more verse, giving my perspective on the importance of worshiping the Acharya, because that's something I still don't really completely understand, but I'm still working it out. But this verse comes to mind, and this verse is from 10th Canto, Chapter 2, verse 31. I think it's spoken by the personified Vedas. Oops. Prayers of the demigods. Thanks. O Lord, who resemble the shining sun, you are always ready to fulfill the desire of your devotee, and therefore you are known as a desire tree, Vanchakalpa Taru. When the acharyas completely take shelter under your lotus feet in order to cross the fierce ocean of nescience, they leave behind on earth a method by which they cross. And because you are very merciful to your other devotees, you accept this method to help them. So Srila Prabhupada, through his books and through his example, and through all his arrangements to teach us Krishna consciousness, he's given us this boat that he actually took that boat and he crossed over the ocean of nescience, and then magically that boat returned to shore for us. And if we just saw a boat on the shore and somebody told us, you have to cross, you have to get in this boat and cross over to the other side of the ocean, I think we would be hesitant to do that. But when we see a living acharya and the previous acharyas, and we hear, they took this boat and they crossed over, so you can too. So in this way, this is one of the ways in which I understand the importance of Vyasa Puja and honoring the acharya and honoring the method that he's left for us. And by that honor, we give others the faith and the encouragement to trust the boat and get in it and start paddling. Thank you for listening to my offering today. Hare Krishna.
Anyone who's written anything, including a pamphlet or an essay, knows that it's not so easy to write, but to speak of put together a book. And it's a painstaking task every year by a group of devotees to put together the Sri Vyasa Puja book. It's a tradition that's been going on for many years. Nira Kula has collected almost all of them that we've had available. We have them on a shelf. And there's been a lot of rearrangement recently to make sure that this is still in print. Previously it was Dravida Prabhu and Archita at the BBT in Los Angeles who would field all of the offerings from around the world, categorize them, and Dravida painstakingly went through every one of them to make sure that they were appropriate. And what to speak of printing, getting them out and so forth. Now Dravida's retired from that, and it's being done in Mumbai by Ananda Tirtha Prabhu, who is efficiency personified and the head of the BBT there. But my kudos to him and to all the devotees who work very hard to put together this book of offerings to Srila Prabhupada. Now I'll read the offering from all of us. Don't mind. We have a place in the book. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept our most humble obeisances at your divine lotus feet. All glories to you, the representative of Srila Vyasadeva, who fulfilled the divine mission of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with unparalleled compassion, determination, and purity. On this most sacred occasion of your Vyasa Puja, we, the devotees of ISKCON of Silicon Valley, offer you our heartfelt homage, and gratitude. By your mercy, we have been drawn into your Sankirtan movement, a movement not of compulsion or fear, but of love, voluntary service, and deep inspiration. You have created something that kings and emperors only dream of. Monarchs build empires, but as Shakespeare wisely wrote, uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. Power without peace is a torment. Wealth without wisdom is a burden. But Srila Prabhupada, you gave us something far greater, a heartfelt life of service, perfectly placed devotion, and a spiritual family bonded not by ambition, but by love for Krishna. That is the kingdom the world is searching for. In Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 1.169, the king of Bengal, as the imperial authority, witnesses Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement swelling with tens of thousands of followers and is struck with awe. In a rare moment of humility, the king mentions Mahaprabhu's superiority, observing that while monarchs command loyalty through fear or payment, Mahaprabhu, a barefoot monk, inspires total surrender without material incentive. People serve him with no thought of remuneration, only love. The king says such a person who is followed by so many people without giving them charity must be a prophet. I can surely understand this fact. This is the miracle of Lord Chaitanya's movement. It is a movement sustained by voluntary devotion. Srila Prabhupada, you manifested this miracle in the modern age, an age of cynicism, where especially in the West, people are wary of giving voluntary service to a master. You set out on your mission armed only with the instruction of your spiritual master. From your pure intention to fulfill that instruction alone, a global movement arose, one in which devotees serve not out of obligation, but out of love and inspiration. Here in Silicon Valley, we are surrounded by some of the world's most powerful and profitable corporations. People work long hours, devoting their lives to products and deadlines, often sacrificing their health, relationships, and peace of mind. Yet even the leaders of these organizations recognize a deeper truth, that beyond profit, people yearn for purpose. That is why increasingly corporations invite spiritual seekers and influencers to share messages about higher motivation, about service, compassion, and mindfulness. Even those steeped in the culture of achievement and material success understand that working solely for profit is drudgery and ultimately hollow. No matter how much a person earns, if their heart remains unfulfilled, there is no real happiness. Abraham Maslow articulated this in what is commonly known as Maslow's hierarchy of needs. At the base are physical and emotional necessities: food, shelter, security. But once those are met, and even as a person works to attain these, they yearn for more. Humans have a higher need, a need for meaning, for contribution, for selfless service. The secret you not only taught but exemplified is that our thirst for wholeness and happiness can be fulfilled only by pure service. The secret that you not only taught but exemplified is that our thirst for wholeness and happiness can be fulfilled only by pure devotional service, the soul's true calling. At Srimad Bhagavatam 128, you confirm this in your purport. The need of the spirit soul is that he wants to get out of the limited sphere of material bondage and fulfill his desire for complete freedom. He wants to get out of the covered walls of the greater universe. He wants to see the free light and the spirit. That complete freedom is achieved when he meets the complete spirit, the personality of Godhead. There is a dormant affection for God within everyone. Spiritual existence is manifested through the gross body and mind in the form of perverted affection for gross and subtle matter. Therefore, we must engage ourselves in occupational engagements that will evoke our divine consciousness. Silicon Valley is full of wealth, yet we see that people still hanker for meaning. There's no shortage of innovation, but there is a scarcity of satisfaction. Srila Prabhupada, you have shown us the real wealth of life, the joy of cooperating together in devotional service to a pure devotee. You've given us the ultimate formula for fulfillment, not tit-for-tat exchanges or transactional relationships, but the mood of selfless giving, free from ego and ambition. You taught us that cooperation among devotees is not merely a strategy for organizational success. It is the very symptom of spiritual advancement. In a world torn by division, the ability of devotees to serve together in harmony is nothing short of miraculous. At ISKCON of Silicon Valley, we witness this miracle every day. Devotees come together not only to distribute your books, but to cook and serve prasadam with devotion, to dress and worship the deities with care and attention, to clean the temple joyfully as an offering to you, to chant the holy names together, to teach and nurture the children of our community in Krishna consciousness, and to give newcomers a chance to catch hold of your mood and method of serving Krishna. Each of these services is powerful on its own, but when we perform them without a sense of entitlement or desire for recognition, but rather execute them in the mood of cooperation, for the sake of maintaining unity and purity of purpose in service to your mission, they become transcendental expressions of love. Obstacles dissolve. Spiritual joy increases. The power of sadhu sangha becomes tangible. In a letter to Gurukul teachers, you wrote, "We are persons and Krishna is a person, and our relationship with Krishna is always open as a voluntary agreement." That voluntary attitude, yes, Krishna, I shall gladly cooperate, whatever you say. That ready willingness to obey is only possible if there is love. Forcing will not make me agree. But if there is love, oh, I shall gladly do it. That is bhakti. That is Krishna consciousness. A medicine tablet, unquote, a medicine tablet which contains fillers is effective only because it contains an active ingredient. The active ingredient of your movement is voluntary service based on love, stimulated by loving exchanges in the process of hearing and chanting about Krishna. In you, Srila Prabhupada, we find no filler. Even a small dose of your vani, therefore, can cure the disease of material life. You have given us the most precious gift, the knowledge that real happiness comes not from consumption, but from contribution. Not from income, but from surrender. Not from being served, but from serving. That clarity of purpose, Shuddha Bhakti, shines like a jewel amid the refuse-like distractions and entanglements of this world. And it is this essence that unites and inspires our community at ISKCON of Silicon Valley to continue your mission with enthusiasm and conviction. Srila Prabhupada, we pray to imbibe even a fraction of your selfless spirit. Please bless us with the humility to put service before recognition, to put unity before individual ambition, and to put your pleasure before our own comforts. Let ISKCON of Silicon Valley always remain a beacon of cooperation in your service, a family that mirrors the miracle you began. On behalf of your grateful servants at ISKCON of Silicon Valley, Hare Krishna. Thank you. Thank you. I hope that was okay. I wrote it for all of us. And now it is a great pleasure to invite up here Shastrasar Prada. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. You look very nice, by the way.
Mam Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Sarasvate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Dear Srila Prabhupada, the great Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, in glorifying his guru, Srila Radharaman Chakravarti, writes the following. Yakopyastu padabjayor nipatito yasvikarotyeva tam shighram sviya kripa balena kurute bhaktau tumatvaspadam nityam bhakti rahasya shikshana vidhir yasya svabhrityeshu tam Shri Radha Ramanam Muda Guruvaram Vande Nipatyavanau. In joy, I offer respects to my Guru, who accepts anyone who falls at his lotus feet, who, thinking of that person as a candidate for bhakti, places him on the path of bhakti by the strength of his mercy, and who makes a rule of teaching the secret of bhakti always to his servants. In many ways, Srila Prabhupada, this verse directly describes you. The capability of a teacher to teach as per the current capabilities and qualifications of the student is vital, as it allows for the growth of a student to properly assimilate the knowledge given to them, so that they may make the most progress possible. The great secrets of bhakti, relatively unknown prior to the appearance of Lord Gaura, have been revealed to the world through the pen of Srila Rupa Goswami. Bhakti purvai shritatantu rasam pashyed yadatadhi tam naumi satatam rupa nama priya janam hare. Though there are others in the past who had attained bhakti with rasas, I pay my continual obeisances to Srila Rupa Goswami, who is dearest to the Lord, By his mercy, humanity has received the intelligence to see rasa. Having realized the depths of this ocean of bhakti rasa yourself, you tolerated the urge to immediately give the highest fruit from the tallest tree, but presented bhakti in a way that beginners can immediately take advantage of, while devotees that have had more time for their realizations to simmer can understand deeper implications. You did this by making Srila Rupa Goswami's works central to the fundamental education of your followers. In this way, not only did you continue the culture of giving the greatest gift, Radhika Madhav Asha, the desire within the heart of the loving service of Sri Radhika and Madhava and Vrindavan, that our Guru Parampara have so kindly continuously bestowed, but you also have given a community where sincere souls who have received this gift can find like-minded and elevatedly motivated individuals to encourage one another and mutually enlighten one another, so as to constantly bask in the ever-increasing relishment of the ever-increasing astonishment of finding new angles from which to relish and appreciate the pastimes of Krishna, thereby allowing this gift to constantly mean something more. Truly, by making this mercy of Sriman Mahaprabhu available, you also made available substantial hope to that very same end, as seen also in the experience of Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, who says, "May the Lord in the form of Sri Krishna Chaitanya, whose mercy allows humans to touch the great astonishing ocean of the sweet pastimes of Radha and Krishna, make us thirsty for it and protect us from the set of teeth of death by a continual bestowal of hope to quickly attain a drop of that ocean. Oftentimes, secular circles marvel at the number of temples that you have built, simply because of the sheer magnitude. However, the value of giving so many the opportunity to hear and realize the message of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is one the statistics can never even begin to comprehend. This opportunity is one that can rip people away from investing themselves in fleeting, insignificant affairs that many would consider to be truly noble and meaningful endeavors, but rather bestow upon them the opportunity to invest themselves in the affairs of Radha and Krishna. Truly, you fulfilled the wishes of your father." As Professor Narasimhachari, who is Radhika Raman Prabhu's professor, says in his 100 verses about Srila Prabhupada, Shri Radhika Vallabha Mandiranam Nirmanamasinna Param Dharitryam Sadbhakta Chitteshvapi Chitrametat Guruttamena Pratibhayutena. With great intuition, the best among spiritual masters, Srila Prabhupada, constructed temples of Lord Krishna, the beloved of Sri Radhika, all over the world. At the same time, he established these temples in the hearts of honest devotees. How wonderful is this? Ever grateful and praying for the opportunity to have such a temple appear in my heart. Your servant, Shastra Prabhupada.
Thank you very much, Shastra Sarprada, for such a thoughtful and deep offering. And if you're wondering, at least for the most part, how he became like that, we can examine the next speaker, who's his mama, Sukeshwari Devi Dasi Ki Jai.
Om Jnanantimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Dear Srila Prabhupada, wishing you a very happy Appearance Day. Prabhupada, in 2025, our group completed another reading of Srimad Bhagavatam. And now we are cruising through the third canto. Wow. I'm truly amazed by your purports and how much you have given in them. Srimad Gaur Govinda Maharaj wrote a book, When Good Fortune Arises. I think his disciple wrote the book, but everything about Maharaj. And in that he says, everything is given in your books, Srila Prabhupada. We have to go deeper and deeper to collect the invaluable gems. That is what our morning group is trying to achieve, Prabhupada. We absolutely need your blessings. We're getting ready for Radha Academy, a dream of His Grace Vaiśeṣika Prabhu. As Vaiśeṣika Prabhu just said, Prabhupada would entrust huge projects onto disciples even though they might feel they are not capable. I feel the same. His Grace Vaiśeṣika Prabhu has entrusted me to lead this project. But I feel I don't know how to create anything, leave alone building a school. One day, His Grace Vaiśeṣika Prabhu said that there will be a day when kids will ask, do you go to Radha? I go to Radha too. My Gurudev, His Holiness Radhanath Swami, said, this school will make several families devotees. So I know this is going to happen, but please guide us, our team, through this process and help us achieve it. Last year, I had requested lots of Lakshmi, about 1.5 million, if you remember, in my Vyasa Puja offering, to start the school. This year, you have made it so clear how much we really require and how to go ahead with what we have. I have had lots of learning situations causing anxiety in true sense. But as instructed by His Grace Vaiśeṣika Prabhu, I prayed to Bhaktivinoda Thakur. And you sent such amazing souls from Australia to ISV. I have Premnam Prabhu, who's a business analyst, guiding me through how to run this business. Even though non-profit, it's still a business. And Tulsi Bhakti, a financial analyst, who's helping me through the numbers to make this dream come true. She said there's no need of fundraise, but create self-sufficient scenarios to make this financially successful. Priyanka Mataji, I'm so sorry, she just got initiated, but I can't remember her name. No, this is, yeah. Pranavallabi, thank you. Pranavallabi Mataji is helping me through the legal work. Rasrani Mataji helping me understand the ins and outs of running a school successfully. And Nirakula Mataji guiding us all through every decision we are making. This school is to teach your teachings, Srimad Bhagavatam teachings, from their very early years, and also teach them to go to the best of colleges. Our battle cry is academic excellence with heart, yes, giving them the best of both worlds. Please, 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 make this dream come true. We want to start it in August 2026. We've applied for our 501c3 status. Once that comes in and we have find a space, then we're ready to go. Need abundant blessings from you, Srila Prabhupada. As every year, I absolutely need your blessings so I can truly give up the attachment to various things that are totally material. It's been very hard to truly sincerely endeavor to serve your mission. Please help me get rid of the attachment to the things that are not connected with you and Krishna. As always, I may be the only granddaughter asking for 100 things for a return gift on your birthday. For Sankirtan, ISV, His Grace Vaiśeṣika Prabhu and the entire team is working hard. Please help us achieve our Bhadra goal. I want to thank His Grace Vaiśeṣika Prabhu and Nirakula Mataji for being my spiritual parents, helping me through spiritual journey and all the Prabhupada disciples. Thank you so much, your eternal granddaughter who's always asking for return gifts. Haribo, Dandavad. This is Sukeshwari Devi.
Sukeshwari, if anybody deserves return gifts, it's you. We wouldn't have a semblance of what we have here in this community without you, and it harkens back to Akarna's citation about how one person can make such a difference in the world. Thank you for all that you do for all of us. Wow, I get to call Mukaravinda. That's a really heartfelt thing to do. This is Mukaravinda.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. I hope I can make through this offering. This morning when I was getting ready to come to attend for a most auspicious Vyasa Puja celebration, I got down from my friend's apartment where I was staying overnight. As I was running towards my car, I saw a young man smoking in the morning 7 a.m. I approached my car, went inside, and started my car to come to temple. Something inside stopped me and felt what this young gentleman is doing at morning 7 a.m. At the same time, I was feeling that I am getting late to come to temple. Then I paused and thought, what is today's occasion? It is your Vyasa Puja. And who else than you have best represented Srila Vyasadeva by painlessly translating this Vedic literature, especially Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, and many more. As it says, Maya Mugdha Jiver Nahi Swata Krishna Gyan Jivera Kripaye Koila Krishna Veda Puran. I stopped my car, and fortunately, as my spiritual master has always been instructed to carry always some of your books always, I opened my trunk and found Bhagavad Gita there. My eyes lit into that I had some opportunity to service, and also praying in deep within my heart that somehow this person can become fortunate recipient of your book, Srila Prabhupada. With a mixed feeling, I approached this young gentleman and started a conversation. This place is just 3 blocks from the temple. And after initial inquiry, I came to know this young gentleman works in a large merger and equity firm and on vacation here from India to meet his brother. Finally, I offered him Bhagavad Gita, and he, with such gracious heart, accepted the book. I invited him to join in your temple, Srila Prabhupada, so that he can carry forward his great fortune that he received just now, and with thinking my great fortune this morning. I was recently trying to organize some volunteer event at temple, and I found so many obstacles, one after another. At some point, I started questioning that is really worth to pursue this. And I got within my heart answer by remembering the incident that you yourself had to go through coming to USA, whether it was just to print your books or getting a ticket to come to USA. Mrs. Morarji Desai, the Scindia's team owner, even told you, Swamiji, why you are going to the West? It is very cold. No one will hear your message. Why you wanted to go to the West, but you are determined to follow the instructions of your spiritual master, and now we see results of in front of our eyes. I earnestly beg that grit, that determination, that desire, Srila Prabhupada, in my service that I completely lack. I'll just there was one of my colleague, he wrote this, I saw in his LinkedIn post, if I ever get a photo, he was looking for his, with CEO, it will be when he knows my name, because I had done my life's work and provided enough value to the worthy of that moment. So I similarly, I ask you, Prabhupada, that make me that worthy that you ask me. My name is Krishna.
Thank you for including that up-to-date Good News Action broadcast on the way here. Such details are compelling. And now, if we put together all the CEOs in Silicon Valley and had to pick who's the best of them, I would pick the next speaker who's been the engine for disseminating Bhagavad Gita more prolifically and more purposefully than practically anyone. His Grace Mayapur Bihari Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. First of all, I offer my obeisances to all the assembled devotees, especially the Prabhupada disciples. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Vrishthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyatya Deshatarine. Dear Srila Prabhupada, Dandavat Pranam, Jai Srila Prabhupada. It is my great privilege to be here. Happy Appearance Day. Dear Prabhupada, I do not know where would I have been but for you, Srila Prabhupada. I would like to start by thanking you for providing me, 1, real understanding of what spiritual life is. 2, providing your transcendental books that actually explain the essence and help me move forward in the real sense in this human form. 3, providing your disciples, my Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, Vaiśeṣika Maharaj, and all the assembled devotees of your disciples, to actually help guide and lift me in this material world. 4, providing a society filled with Vaishnavas, an environment, or should I say, an ecosystem, wherein to understand the basics, detail, and even the advanced concepts of the highest truth. 5, for providing your vision of opening temples everywhere in the world. We are reaping the benefit of it whenever we travel all over the world. 6, thank you for teaching us deity worship and festivals. We had one yesterday and having one today. What a festival. I am blessed and privileged. Thank you for teaching deity worships and yatras. What a spiritual experience they are. Dear Prabhupada, all the born in a Pushti Marg family, the real essence of Vaishnavism was clear to me when I first stepped into Sri Sri Radha Gopinath temple in the mid-90s. The essence of preaching was, and unfortunately still missing in most of the quote-unquote Hindu temples, Vaishnava organization. You introduced morning programs, a systematic study of scriptures, and for that you actually wrote books that were as it is, and spreading the original meaning and essence. You taught the devotees book distribution and the concept of seva, how to learn amongst each other, and the real concept of going beyond the bodily concept of country, birth, etc. Talking about books, and books are the basis. Thank you for the nectar and being present in them. They will help me understand the essence, and besides that, thank you for the distribution vision. That has become my mission. I've learned from your management style. One of the things I've learned is empowerment. While of course no one can do what you can, you delegated to your disciples, who were just, in some cases, couple of years old in Krishna consciousness, to create miracles. Whether it was opening the London temple, ensuring Krishna consciousness spreads in different continents, especially in places like China or Russia, or even at Juhu, you empowered them. I learned how you took care of your disciples through your love and more importantly care. What to speak, how I should take care of devotees around me, many of whom are my seniors and of course my Siksha Gurus, and more importantly, God brothers and God sisters of my Guru. I've learned from your success, and honestly, Srila Prabhupada, I have learned a lot also from quote-unquote not so successful endeavors of you. I have learned not to be discouraged with failures in life, be it in business or even personal life and family relationships. Not only that, even your preaching efforts in India sometimes were met with lukewarm response. And the height was that when you took sannyas, you were governed amongst all the animals by a cow. But you understood the highest plans and showed your faith. While I cannot imitate you, you are my idol to continue Krishna consciousness in come what may be environment. It's easy to be a sunshine devotee, but looking at your life teaches me the essence of putting Krishna in the center, no matter what the situation. Personally, I seek your blessings and guidance for a new digital project that I see a lot of potential, of course for Motel Gita, and very soon maybe, hopefully we need a new temple here too. Finally, thank you for providing your disciples like Radhanath Maharaj, Vaiśeṣika Maharaj, and so many other great gems. I'm forever indebted to you for them, but for them, where would I have been? It would be my offering to you. I want to offer Mayapur Dive Haridas that may please Radhanath Maharaj and Vaiśeṣika Prabhu. By following your teachings, serving them to the best of my abilities, best of my intention, skills, and above all, with my life, as we say, Tan, Man and Dhan. By me pleasing them with my insignificant service, but putting in my everything, will be an offering to you. With deepest gratitude, your servant, Mayapur Bihari Das.
Thank you very much, Mayapur Bihari Prabhu. May all your wishes for expanding the Sankirtan movement be quickly fulfilled. And now it's a great pleasure to call up Her Grace Hansapriya Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna. The CEO of all festivals. Where is she? Oh. Hare Krishna.
Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmilita Mena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances at your divine lotus feet. All glories to you. All glories to my beloved spiritual master and Shiksha Gurus. All glories to all the wonderful disciples of Srila Prabhupada. You are all surrendered servants who so faithfully carry Srila Prabhupada's mission forward. On this most sacred day of your Vyasa Puja, I offer my heartfelt gratitude. Whatever opportunities for the service I have received are only by your causeless mercy. Prabhupada, you have blessed us with the beautiful ISV, the temple in Bay Area, in Silicon Valley, a place where we can come together to chant, serve, and support one another in spiritual life. By your grace, we were able to participate in a Janmashtami festival where we had more than 15,000 guests, and they were all welcomed as your guests. To witness so many souls receiving prasadam, darshan, the holy name is your miracle. None of us are qualified, but you have mercifully allowed us to take part in the service and receive the ultimate blessings through it. In the separation from my Gurudev, I realize more deeply how he has always connected me to you. How he has always connected me to you, Srila Prabhupada. His instruction constantly brings me back to you. His instruction constantly brings me back to your lotus feet. Even when I cannot be near him physically, I experience his presence by following the guidance and remembering that he is your faithful representative. In this way, my connection to you grows stronger through him. Whatever little I can do, whether in prasadam seva, assisting in the temple, or the helping the devotees work together, I wish to offer at your lotus feet. Please bless me with the steadiness in chanting, sincerity in reading your books, and humility in my service. My only prayers is to remain the servant of your servants and dedicate my life in their service in whatever small way. So kindly consider my humble request. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Hansapriya, for all that you do and for that beautiful offering. And now we'll call Pavani Bhakti Devi Dasi to please come up. Jai Madhava Prabhu and she and family came from Toronto specifically to be here years ago and have worked in so many ways to expand our mission. We're deeply grateful to you and your whole family. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namini Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarini. Happy Vyasa Puja, dear Srila Prabhupada. With permission of Gurudev and all Srila Prabhupada disciples and all esteemed devotees assembled here, here's my insignificant offering. I was looking at Prabhupada since day before, and I was thinking, he looks so beautiful in his Brahma look, like with the lotus flower and everything. And actually Vijay Prabhu had told in one of the classes that as people become old, they look beautiful. And I could really imagine like Prabhupada really like that. And one time in one of the class, a new person was invited, and she was asked, what did she like in this class? And she told, Prabhupada is so cute. And I actually thought, yes, Prabhupada is actually so cute. And why it is so? Because his beauty is actually in his extreme care and the love that Prabhupada had. And he has transmitted that to all of us to take it forward, to take his legacy forward. And I think everyone needs that. And we all should. And Prabhupada has actually set up the highest standards of love in front of us that no one can match, in my opinion. Prabhupada has so much within him, and that's why it was always overpouring. You can never give anything if it is already in abundance in you, and Prabhupada has that in so much abundance, and that's why we are all here today. And as I engage in my service given to my Gurudev day by day, I realize that what Prabhupada has done is the most impossible task, and it needs intense sadhana. Without that, it's not happening. What we saw in what Prabhupada has done is only the tip of the iceberg, but what was beneath that iceberg was intense practice for many, many years, many, many lifetimes, and intense empowerment that Srila Prabhupada had. My Gurudev always reminds me that it takes millions of gallons to get anything done, any service done. And like every year in Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja, even this Vyasa Puja, I wonder how many gallons of blood did Srila Prabhupada had. It's an impossible task that he did, and I think Krishna personally took care of him every evening after he was done with this service, and he had such a small resting time, and Prabhupada, probably Krishna was just like taking care of him, massaging him all the time, so that he can go one more day and do one more revolution and bring in another big storm. And I see Prabhupada's mood in my own Gurudev, where, because he instructed me very clearly to work towards Westerners, because Westerners who are non-traditional devotees were very, very dear to Prabhupada. And therefore they are very dear to my Gurudev, Vaiśeṣika Prabhu. And I really think that Prabhupada is like Lord Balaram, who changed the masses, like Jagai Madai, Duryodhan, Nityananda. He changed the masses. And Prabhupada is also like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who changed the classes. So Rupa Goswami, Sanatan Goswami, all of those people. And Prabhupada did that for everyone, the masses as well as the classes. And that's only happened because of his intense care and love. That's my only realization. As part of Bhakti community, we created 32 videos for a program. And we were having a lot of do's and don'ts about how to create these videos for preaching for the newcomer, non-traditional audience. And with so much, intense research about what to put, what not to put. As we started with these videos, towards the latter part, it was becoming too difficult to stick to the do's and don'ts and, not preach directly. And the last few videos, we just started appending. We made a big video and then we started appending a very small video of Prabhupada saying the same thing. And Prabhupada just says as it is supposed to say. And it just put shame to all of us that what are we doing? But the way Prabhupada, and we were very, very fearful whether the newcomers would like this. Like, it's too direct. Prabhupada is too direct. But the way he says, he has so much conviction in Krishna that everybody really thinks like, is it like, maybe this is true. And that's what his magic is. And we saw actually that was one of the most liked class. And that made us more and more bold and brave as Prabhupada was. At one point, we even showed the Maha Abhishek from Mayapur, and we were fingers crossed what's going to happen. And it was very, very well received. And that gave us some clue that Prabhupada, we can also try, but we don't have that conviction that Prabhupada has. That's why we have to go around the bush. But Prabhupada had so much conviction that he just would say things so directly. So I think we all have to be brave and bold at some point in our life, and we have to decide when that time will come. And one more thing I really appreciate, that all the material skills that we have is actually given to us by Krishna for some reason. Prabhupada is such a scholar in English. I can't even believe an Indian person born in Bengal can write such English. And with that English, how he has written all the translations and how he has transformed so many people, that we are in a safe community today. So we all have to remember this lesson, that no matter what material skills we have to realize that it's only because Krishna gave us for something to use it in Krishna consciousness. And I also learned from Prabhupada how to go out of our comfort zones. He has always been out of his comfort zone. And when many of the devotees and participants, especially the newcomers, they ask, like, I'm not qualified for this, I cannot do this, why am I doing this service? I always remember Prabhupada says that your mercy of Krishna or mercy of Guru or mercy of senior devotees is more than our disqualification. So I think we all should in this journey try to grab whatever service comes in our way and do it by hook or crook. Krishna will give us the abilities. We don't have to wait for anything. We are already materially doing good. We just have to use the whole thing, our whole life for Krishna consciousness. That's something I really learned from Prabhupada. This last year has been very, very tough for me and my family. We've been like beaten up, like how Kalia was beaten up, and Maharaj was saying that day, like he was jumping on one hood and the other hood came up, and so much poison was coming out of Kalia. And I felt like this year was special mercy where all these things were coming out. And when all this was happening, we got the guidance that don't blame the instrument of your karma. And I was thinking like, whoa, what? Like, what? And then Gurudev even said, like, you are very busy doing a lot of things. You are very busy going back to Godhead. Why are you worried about all of these things and all of these people in your life and all this complication? And I was like, wow, who teaches us these things in our schools or colleges? And this is the real thing. Don't blame the instrument of your karma. And that was repeatedly, I've heard this all my life, but it just never sinked in until this point when I was like, yes, why should we blame anybody? And this couldn't have happened. This way of living life is very beautiful. It couldn't have happened if Prabhupada had not done what he has done, and it's just changed all of our lives. Definitely our life has changed, and it's much, much beautiful than we could have thought of ever. So yeah, I just wanted to say that, all these miracles in life I'm able to see only because Prabhupada, and I really pray that I can do some little service for him under the guidance of my spiritual teachers and under all of your care. So please, Prabhupada, please keep me in your prayers. And all of you, please keep me in your prayers. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Pavani Bhakti. And now we get to hear from one who you've been nurturing of for many years, Bhakti Vicky. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nivishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. To my dearest Srila Prabhupada, my ever well-wisher, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. Happy Divine Appearance Day. Last year, my mom said to me, now I know the real reason we came to the West. She was referring to you, Prabhupada. Paschatya Deshatarine. We didn't know it, but we came here to follow you. It was not an easy transition west, but that's a real understatement compared to your journey. His Holiness Satswarup Maharaj writes, describing the scene after you had just fled your loft in the Bowery. A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj, whom everyone knew and respected in Vrindavan as a distinguished scholar and devotee, who had an open invitation to see the Vice President of India and many other notables, now had to face starkly that he had not one friend of stature in the United States. Suddenly, he was as homeless as any derelict on the street. In fact, many of them, with their long-time berths in flop houses, were more secure than he. They were ruined, but settled. The Bowery could be a chaotic hell if you weren't on a very purposeful errand, going directly to the store or back to your place. It was no place to stand, wondering where will you live, or is there a friend you can turn to? He wasn't on his way to Chinatown to shop, nor was he taking a little stroll, soon to return to the shelter of the loft. If he couldn't go to the loft, he had no place. In comparison, an apartment in San Jose, California really wasn't that bad. However, Prabhupada, I can't deny that I missed home. I missed leaning over the balcony as the aroma of street food floated up to dance on my nose. I missed being spoiled as the first grandchild. I missed walking along the city wall lined with red lanterns on Lunar New Year. At the age of 5, I remember slamming the fridge door shut after seeing the empty spot where my grandma's wontons should have been, saying, "I don't like America." However, Prabhupada, I can still recall what it felt like to be proud of being American for the first time. In the sonnet, The New Colossus by Emma Lazarus, she writes, in reference to the Statue of Liberty, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door." Standing at the entrance to New York Harbor, Lady Liberty greeted millions of immigrants arriving at Ellis Island between 1892 and 1954. But Prabhupada, it is you who truly embody this doctrine. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. You lift your lamp beside Lord Chaitanya's golden door and open our eyes with the torchlight of knowledge. By some inexplicable, insanely good fortune, I have wound up at your shore. In February of 1961, on the Vyasa Puja day of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, you wrote in your offering, "From the seas, across the earth, penetrate the universal shell, come together and preach this Krishna consciousness." It is the greatest benediction to have the privilege of being empowered to make an effort, just a tiny, concentrated, intentional effort due to the mercy of your divine disciples, His Grace Vaiśeṣika Das and Her Grace Nirukula Dasi. I know I am unqualified. I know I have just stumbled into devotee association by the most slim mere chance of Krishna's boundless mercy. Sri Madhavendra Puri states, "Still, my mind does not budge an inch from the determination to serve the lotus feet of Govinda, though I am unable to do it. Prabhupada, any desire I have for service is due to your mercy, and I pray that I may imbibe even one droplet of your staunch determination, Dridavrata. Thank you doesn't suffice, neither could I sufficiently glorify you or expound upon the depth of your love for the conditioned souls. I simply pray that you please bless me to stay firmly fixed at the lotus feet of my Guru Maharaj, your aspiring grand disciple, Bhakti Vicky."
Wow, that was an amazing offering. Thank you very much for bringing to light Prabhupada's mercy through the generations. And yeah, it's such a precious gift when we're working together to try to fulfill Prabhupada's mission, and then we meet those souls who are eager and take full advantage of it. It makes everything worth it. You make everything worth all our endeavors. Bhakti and Vicky, thank you. And speaking of which, next we have, if I can find her in this room, Kartik Devi Dasi. Okay, in which case I call Janavi Jivana Dasi. Hare Krishna. For whom we feel extremely grateful. Kula Pradeep Prabhu and Janavi Devi Dasi, by divine arrangement, have come here to ISKCON of Silicon Valley. I wake up every day and think, Krishna, please keep the streak going.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you on your most holy appearance day. Please accept this offering of childish words as flowers at your lotus feet. In thinking about your Vyasa Puja this year, it came to mind that my mother is now 69, turning 70 in a few months, exactly the age that you were as you boarded the Jaladuta ship in Kolkata, risking everything to fulfill a long-held wish of your spiritual master. Because you took that immensely brave journey and started your movement in America, in due course, there were devotees traveling for Sankirtan in Winnipeg, Canada. My mother remembers once seeing men dressed in orange chanting in the street when she was a young girl. Because you brought the chanting of the holy name with you and shared it with thousands of others, she heard it that day. Later, as a young nursing student, she was searching for spiritual answers. She scoured her university library for relevant books. Because of your incredible efforts to write and publish illuminated spiritual literature and the efforts of your illustrious disciples to distribute them far and wide, there was a copy of the Nectar of Devotion in that library. She read it cover to cover. In time, she chose to drop out of college and travel overland from Greece to India on the famous magic bus. She was still yet to properly meet any of your followers, but because you went to great lengths to oversee the founding and publication of your cherished magazine, Back to Godhead, she had received one. She traveled to all kinds of places on that trip, but once they got to New Delhi, begged the friend she was with to go to Vrindavan. She had seen the address of the temple in the back of the BTG magazine and wanted to visit. They arrived on a searingly hot day in early summer of 1975, in the middle of the afternoon. Everything was closed, but she showed the address to the rickshaw driver. This was the spot, Radha Damodar Temple, Seva Kunj, the place that you had nurtured your deepest prayers to fulfill your spiritual master's mission. This was the idyllic place you so courageously left to come to the West. Because of you, a young Jewish woman from the prairies of Canada had the inspiration to come to one of the holiest places of Krishna's pastimes without having ever met a devotee in person. She had little idea of its deep significance. The deities were resting and few were around. But she visited the samadhi of Rupa Goswami, the author of the same book she had read a few years back. She wondered why there weren't more Westerners around. No one told her that this was an old address for ISKCON in Vrindavan. Little did she know that just weeks earlier, the magnificent temple of Sri Sri Krishna Balaram, Gaur-Nitai, and Radhasham Sundar had finally opened. Her friend was bored and pushed to leave that day and head back to the city, so eventually she relented and they left without seeing any of your followers. Because your followers had opened temples and centers, she knew there must be a place she could visit to learn more about Krishna consciousness. She thought about meeting you and had heard from a devotee at that time that yellow roses were your favorite flower. So at some point she started using a yellow rose perfume oil, thinking that would somehow be pleasing to you. But by the time she came home to Canada, the Winnipeg temple had closed. All the devotees had moved to Chicago and urged her to come and have the chance to meet you on a personal visit. She didn't go and missed her one opportunity to encounter you in person. Still, in 1976, you initiated her by letter from Wendy Lee Rikis to Guru Charana Padma Devi Dasi. Because of you, she had heard about the teaching of simple living, high thinking, and attracted to a rural life, working the land and living in community. She wanted to go to New Vrindavan. But first, the devotees asked her to come out to distribute your books at Chicago's O'Hare Airport. After the first day, she was so successful that they wouldn't agree to her leaving just yet. That continued for many years, eventually bringing her to London and in time Bhaktivedanta Manor, where her life in your service has continued to unfold for the last 40 years. Many people lament that they don't get enough personal attention from their guru, But I am always amazed, contemplating that without ever meeting you, my mother dedicated her life and has never wavered even through intensely difficult times. Because you opened a temple for the worship of Sri Sri Radha Londonishwara, she got to serve in the women's Sankirtan party who raised enough money selling books to buy the temple property when it was under threat of closure. Because you emphasized the importance of nurturing children in a sheltered Krishna-conscious environment, she dedicated 28 years to serving and leading hundreds of children in education at the Bhaktivedanta Manor School. Because you accepted and nurtured my parents as your disciples, I got to know about Krishna from within the womb. Because you turned an old English manor into a sacred tirtha, I had the undeserved fortune to grow up in a spiritual sanctuary among a loving extended family. Because you emphasize the importance of celebrating festivals like Janmashtami and Sri Jagannath Rath Yatra, of learning the songs of the acharyas, of cooking and offering wonderful foods for Krishna, of relishing and sharing the holy name at every opportunity, of always meditating on the teachings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Despite my polluted mind and bad habits, these beautiful activities and experiences have given me the deepest, richest moments of my life. Dearest Srila Prabhupada, you taught us that a great swan-like Mahatma purifies the earth with every step. So your movements, actions, and words have transformed the lives of my mother and father, shaping my whole existence, along with the millions of others who have made contact with you in a similar way. Just a minimal amount of association with the purity of your service, the intensity of your mission, the depth of your devotion, thaws the icy heart which has been frozen since time immemorial. On 12th November 1968, you wrote to your disciple Malati Devi Dasi, the change of soul is like that water becomes ice in contact with the refrigerator. And as soon as there is temperature, the ice again becomes water. Similarly, the changing nature of the soul is just like the change of water to ice. The tendency of ice is to melt and become water again. So due to contamination of matter, the soul by illusion identifies with material existence, but the tendency is to melt again to Krishna consciousness. So when there is sufficient temperature in contact with bona fide spiritual master and devotees, the soul again becomes Krishna conscious like the water. Just as it is appropriate to offer the very same water of the Ganga back into her holy waters, I wanted to glorify you by offering the water of my dear mother's life journey, which has been in every way an offering to you. Her life is one of millions that have been shaped and transformed by you. Srila Prabhupada, you are my beloved grandfather and spiritual preceptor. I don't know a life without your voice as a shining thread woven through each day. I can never repay my debt to you, but I pray to try my best, dull-headed and full of faults that I am. May your mercy give me strength and courage to live every day doing what would please you as my top priority. I have my mother and so many exalted devotees who also never met you personally, so many here, as great examples of what is possible with determination and devotion. As you would say, what is the difficulty? Your deepest gratitude, with deepest gratitude, your servant and granddaughter, Janavi Jivan Dasi.
Thank you very much, Janavi Jivan, for that amazing offering, and I especially loved how you brought the retrospective of your mother's journey into it. It was so moving and touching. And especially meaningful to me because I was there next to her in O'Hare Airport at that time and just seeing how the generations unfold and hearing the story is especially touching. Thank you. And thank you for being here. Now, did Kartik make it here? She's here. Now we'll call Kartik Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashata Deshatarine Vancha Kalpatarupyascha Kripa Sindhubhye Vachapatita Nam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. I'm going to try not to cry this time. My dear Srila Prabhupada, Hare Krishna and Happy Appearance Day. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you. Forgive me, I'm going to cry through most of this. Nothing I can say. Nothing I can say will adequately express the gratitude I have for you and the ways you have absolutely changed everything. But to start, thank you for giving us all a path forward and a worthy purpose. I am beginning to understand just a little the power of good association. Did you know that my father will speak philosophy from the Gita completely by accident, not yet having read it? Or that by feeding my grandfather prasadam for barely a week, he became so happily disposed towards bhakti that he came to my initiation after a year of ridicule. And that my dear friend Katie May from the Bhakti Center is developing a sensitivity towards impersonalism, and she doesn't like it. Just because we have a center in Santa Cruz and the Kirtan and the prasadam are so attractive to her. Or that center as a whole has offered a place where people with unimaginable ailments come to forget about their bodies for a while. We had one gentleman come who the day he got out of the hospital after being hit by a truck, he just wanted to come to the Kirtan. When I think of the world you have changed in such a short time, only then does it make sense that by carrying even a little of the dust from your lotus feet on our heads, that each of our lives becomes reshaped. Thus this world will bow to your lotus feet. Of this I have all hope and will invest everything to see through. My entire life you have hidden in plain sight, and only now am I beginning to see you at every moment, tirelessly giving the holy name to any soul who will have him. I pray you'll allow me to serve and expand this movement in any way I can for as long as this body allows. Even if it's just one more book exchanging hands, one more Saturday night kirtan in the yurt, or one more pan of peanut butter burfi with the Ratha Yatra crew, I would be very grateful. So much of the landscape around me is reshaping itself into your vision, so please kindly help me keep the transcendental vibration going and to be a good disciple to my Gurudev. All of the joy in this world comes from you and your loving disciples. Thank you for all your mercy. I will try to be deserving of even just a little of it. Your servant and loving granddaughter, Kartik Devi Dasi.
May I get a time check, please? Thank you very much, Kartik Devi Dasi, for your fresh enthusiasm that you're bringing to Santa Cruz and everywhere else you go. Can you bring in somebody who's watching the time and has a Huh? Okay, I'm just trying to get a little understanding of when we need to end. In the meantime, thank you. Okay, when should we stop doing this? We have 2 more people on the list. Is that all right? Okay, we have time for 2 more. Sudevi, Saki, Devidasi.
Hare Krishna devotees. Hare Krishna Srila Prabhupada. Please accept our most humble obeisances at your divine lotus feet. All glories to you. On behalf of myself and Suraj, I wish you a very joyous Vyasa Puja, your most auspicious Appearance Day. Dearest Srila Prabhupada, your divine advent is truly the greatest blessing for all of humanity, and especially for insignificant souls like me. Your exalted personality is adorned with countless wonderful qualities, but today I wish to remember just a few that have touched my heart deeply. Your boundless kindness, compassion, humility, and magnanimity. Out of your causeless mercy, you have given us temples, festivals, loving communities, and above all, the most priceless treasure, your books. By your mercy, though I was never inclined to read books before, when I came to USA, I was gifted the opportunity to read your works daily in the Association of Devotees. Relishing your smaller books at first, I began to see not only your profound realizations, but also your tender devotional heart for Krishna and for all of us wandering souls. Slowly, I began to develop deep affection and admiration for you. Slowly, I began to develop deep affection and admiration for your life of selfless service. One particular moment that pierced my heart was seeing the video of you in your final days on this planet, still tirelessly translating Srimad Bhagavatam and giving purports for the benefit of future generations. That image of your unwavering dedication continues to inspire me to take your books seriously and read them sincerely. In fact, by your mercy, reading your books has become a sacred addiction to me. I once lamented that I could not have been present during your earthly pastimes, but I'm glad I'm associating with you through your books and lectures. Your humility in being the servant of the servant, your single-minded dedication to fulfilling the order of your spiritual master, and your call for all of us to cooperate and keep the community of devotees united. These principles have become guiding beacons for my life. Though my service is very feeble, I try to keep your instruction to cooperate always in my heart. This year, apart from reading, I also began distributing your books more regularly. By your mercy and empowerment, both Suraj and I are able to distribute every week. Recently, I also read your instruction that Kirtana includes the discussion of spiritual topics. Taking that to heart, I began actively encouraging this practice. Just yesterday on Janmashtami, I was physically tired and my eyes were aching. But by your mercy, I took shelter of reading and discussing your Krishna book with devotees during short breaks in my assigned service. Miraculously, my tiredness and eye pain subsided, and I became more and more enlivened to continue both my service and the reading. Unlike last year, when I was simply waiting for midnight to be able to take some non-grain prasad, this year I felt ecstatic in service and even joyfully joined the late-night kirtans with full enthusiasm. Truly, my soul felt recharged by the power of your books. I'm also part of a daily reading group and do my best to encourage others to join and taste the nectar of your instructions as you so much desired. Dear Srila Prabhupada, I'm trying, however, imperfectly to sincerely read your books, chant, hear, and apply your teachings in life. I beg your causeless mercy and blessings for both myself and Suraj, so that we may remain steady in our chanting, reading, hearing, and devotional service. Above all, please bless us with harmonious, loving relations with devotees and kindly engage us as your instruments in spreading your compassion and Krishna's love in this world. Your insignificant servants, Sudevi, Sakhi, Dasa, and Suraj.
Thank you, Sudevi, Sakhi. And for our last speaker, Vaibhav Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, everyone. My dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisance on your lotus feet. All glories to Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. With a merciful smile, you have blessed us, and it is only because of you that so many conditioned souls are now walking on the path of liberation. By your mercy and vision, countless souls like me are being connected to Krishna consciousness and able to find the spiritual masters. It is solely by your compassion that Krishna consciousness has spread to nearly every country on the earth. On this auspicious day, I beg your mercy, please help me and my family to become more Krishna consciousness. Empower me and my family to spread the teaching of Lord Chaitanya, your transcendental books, Sankirtan and Prasadam to people. Kindly give me strength and purity to make myself and my family eligible to serve your divine mission wholeheartedly. Your insufficient humble servant, Bhakta Vaibhav.
Thank you, everyone, for the amazing festival yesterday and for congregating again today. It's an emotional time, isn't it? We have Janmashtami, and then the next day, early morning, Prabhupada's appearance day. Two of the most intense days of the year, I think. Now we'll have a offering of these scores from our book distribution and also from Bhakti community, as is our tradition to emphasize our goals here, which are decidedly on outreach, although we have quite a few on in-reach too. We like to offer these to Srila Prabhupada. Flowers are abundant, and also the offerings of new souls who are coming into Krishna consciousness because of the efforts of the devotees going out to meet them one-on-one and invite them back, and the devotees who are working to create an environment where people are well placed and can make advancements spiritually. And then, as Prabhupada personally expressed his gratefulness and happiness for reading the Sankirtan scores, we'll be offering the results of our recent book distribution. So to achieve this meaning the offerings, followed by a Pushpanjali, followed by prasadam. We are going to feed everybody, I hope. We'll need to make a few shifts here. One is that we'll have to move all the asans into that box over there. Some adroit crew will need to come up here and roll up this carpet and put everything away, and we have to do it in the next couple of minutes. Then we'll gather around the Vyasasana. The ladies can be on this side and the men can be on that side, and then we'll leave an open view for Prabhupada of the deities. The different department heads will offer their scores to Srila Prabhupada, then we'll have Pushpanjali, and then we'll have prasadam. Does that sound agreeable? Okay. Dear Srila Prabhupada, dear Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Shri Shri Panchatattva, Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan, Shri Shri Lakshmi Nrsingadev, if you so desire, please empower us to go on fulfilling your mission in ways that will please you. Thank you for considering our request. Om Tat Sat. Everyone agrees with this prayer in whole or in part. Please say Hare Krishna. Vanchakalptabhishcha kripasinabheva chapatitanam pavanibhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha nantakodi vaishnaviniki jai. See you in 2 minutes.
Yadavaya Madhavaya Yadavaya Aya Madhavaya Ketavaya
All the mothers on the left side and all the Prabhus on the right side, please. And let's keep the hallway clear so Prabhupada can have a darshan to the deities. And if we can keep a little bit space in the back, so then Prabhu can come through. Mothers in the back, please come a little bit forward so Prabhu can come through. Thank you very much. And please, may I get your cooperation, and we will keep quiet while we make an offering to Srila Prabhupada. It's a very special day, and we are going to be making very beautiful offering. Shh! I promise you, we'll give you plenty of time to discuss everything you need to discuss. Okay? Okay, thank you very much.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept our most humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. On the most auspicious occasion of your appearance day, we are gathered here to offer the results of 2025 Janmashtami Vyasa Puja monthly Sankirtan festival titled MSF of All You Need is Love, Krishna. From Janmashtami lecture in London, August 21, 1973, Krishna consciousness is there in everyone's heart. It has to be awakened only. That is described in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Nitya Siddha Krishna Prema Sadhya Kabunai Shravanadi Shuddha Chitik Karaya Udai. It is awakened. Love for Krishna, devotion for Krishna is there within everyone's heart. But he has forgotten. So, this Krishna consciousness movement is simply meant for awakening that Krishna consciousness. This is the process. Just like when you are sleeping, I have to call you loudly. Mr. Such and Such, get up. You have got this business. No other senses will act when you are sleeping, but the ear will act. Therefore, in this age, when people are so fallen, they will not hear anything. If we chant this Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, he'll be awakened to Krishna consciousness. This is practical. The Bhakti community is a community of spiritual seekers who learn and practice Bhakti Yoga. They join us for weekly programs designed to inspire connection, inner peace, and a deeper sense of purpose. With the blessing of His Grace Vaiśeṣika Prabhu and Her Grace Nirakula Mataji, we conducted various weekly programs for newcomers, including speaker-led Bhakti On, based on teachings from Bhagavad Gita, which was attended by around 30 newcomers, mantra meditation, attended by around 5 to 10 newcomers, Bhakti Circle, a small group discussion program attended by around 15 newcomers, and Success Sadhana for corporate audience attended by around 30 to 35 newcomers, and Women's Circle, which was attended by around 10 attendees. We also held in-person meetups, Next Stop, the Mantra Zone, in multiple locations in Palo Alto, San Jose, on Fridays evenings, which was attended by around 20 attendees, and weekday Srimad Bhagavatam reading sessions as well. Comunidad Bhakti, the Bhakti community for Spanish-speaking people, continue to conduct Bhakti classes for the newcomers, including Japa Circle, Bhakti Circle, Bhagavad Gita, and Srimad Bhagavatam reading. The sessions were attended by around 48 newcomers per week. Bhakti Community Australia continued the weekly program at Melbourne for the benefit of spiritual seekers in Australia. They conduct 3 online programs, including Bhakti On Tuesday morning, Mantra Meditation on Wednesday, and Spiritual Yoga on Fridays. They also conduct an in-person program, Mantra on Beats, on Friday. Bhakti community's sole purpose is to associate newcomers with Vaishnavas so that newcomers can progress in Bhakti Yoga. Vaishnava Sangha Lava, or VSL, is a metric that measures how many times a newcomer comes in association with a Vaishnava through a devotional service class. For this MSF, Comunidad Bhakti's goal was to achieve 787.5 Vaishnava Sangha Lavas. We are happy to report that Comunidad Bhakti surpassed the goal and achieved 3,290 Vaishnava Sangha Lavas. Around 48 newcomers attended the Comunidad Bhakti's program, this MSF. And for this MSF, Bhakti Community Silicon Valley's goal was to achieve 525 Vaishnava Sangha Lavas. We are happy to report that Bhakti Community Silicon Valley surpassed the goal and achieved 2,115 Vaishnava Sangha Lavas. Haribol. Around 50 newcomers attended the Bhakti Community program, this MSF. We are eternally indebted and grateful to all the volunteers, room leaders, speakers, mentors, donors, and book distributors who work tirelessly every day to fulfill Srila Prabhupada, your mission. We seek blessings from all Srila Prabhupada's disciples, all Vaishnavas, so that Bhakti community can continue to follow your instructions to spread Krishna consciousness to newcomers. And finally, we extend our most heartfelt and deep, sincere gratitude to His Grace Vaiśeṣika Prabhu and Her Grace Nirakula Mataji. It's only solely due to your presence, leadership, and unwavering inspiration that Bhakti community exists and continues to thrive. Bhakti community gets the opportunity to serve newcomers due to the tireless efforts of the book distribution team. Now, Her Grace Malini Mataji will present the book distribution results.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept our most humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to you and all glories to your illustrious disciples. Happy Vyasa Puja. The goal for this MSF for book distribution was to distribute at least 100 Srimad Bhagavatam sets. In the mood of sharing this message of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu far and wide, devotees at Team ISV set out to distribute Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, and other books translated by you. Here are the highlights from various teams. Kids Sankirtan team, with great enthusiasm and dedication, went to distribute Srimad Bhagavatam sets every weekend. They went to Los Angeles and distributed books there too. In total, this MSF, they distributed 113 Srimad Bhagavatam sets and collected $9,876 in Lakshmi, and they accrued 8,204 book points. Motel Gita team continues to distribute books to hotels and motels all over the USA, and they participated in the Atlanta trade show and reached out to Ahua for participation at the annual and regional trade show. For your pleasure and for the pleasure of all devotees, we are happy to report that Team Motel Gita placed 3,000 Bhagavad Gitas and 3,000 other books in hotels and motels across USA. Western Sankirtan team continues to spread the message of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu far and wide. They had multiple teams going in local festivals, downtowns, local shops, restaurants, or nationwide festivals to distribute books. Our traveling Sankirtan team went to Oregon County Fair and Portland and distributed thousands of books, including Srimad Bhagavatam sets. Here are a few spots they covered this MSF. Los Angeles, San Francisco North Beach Festival and Berkeley Juneteenth Festival, Watermelon Festival, Manteca, New India Bazaar, Pleasanton, Heart and Wine Festival, Trinetra Cupertino, Fillmore Jazz Festival, Fremont Metro Hypermarket, Walmart Parking Lot, Santa Clara DMV, New India Bazaar, Kardamas Kardamas Market, EPA, Muirwoods National Park, Traveling Sankirtan in Oregon, Oregon County Fair, Yosemite National Park, Indian Store, downtown Palo Alto, Los Angeles, Mountain View downtown, to name a few. And here are their final scores. They distributed 136 Srimad Bhagavatam sets, and that rolls up to total of 17,210.25 book points, and they collected $61,181.45 in Lakshmi. This MSF, the Youth Sankirtan team, made significant progress towards their yearly goal. They covered many events and locations such as downtown plazas, street festivals, farmers markets, parks, door-to-door, grocery stores, shopping centers, and Janmashtami festival. Over 40 youth went out for book distribution, and they also had another opportunity to go out for book distribution with His Grace Vaiśeṣika Prabhu. They participated in the BBT's first ever annual Global Youth Book Distribution Day, and it was a great turnaround. The Youth Sankirtan team would like to sincerely seek your blessing, Srila Prabhupada, so that they can continue to consistently go out on Sankirtan and share the good fortune that you have given us with other Bay Area residents. In total, they distributed 4 Srimad Bhagavatam sets, and they accrued 1,098.25 in book points, and they collected $3,634.74 in Lakshmi. Sankirtan seminar was conducted at Tirupati ISKCON temple to inspire all the devotees to increase their commitment for the Bhadra Purnima campaign. Devotees went to Los Angeles Rath Yatra on a traveling Sankirtan mission to attend the Rath Yatra, and with the sole purpose of serving Lord Jagannath and distributing books to all those who came to see Lord Jagannath. On the way, we stopped at a rest area where we distributed 21 Trimurti sets and collected $71.45 in Lakshmi. Team ISV distributed 3,200 books during the Rath Yatra parade to all those who came to see Lord Jagannath for LA Temple. We also went to Malibu Hindu Temple and other local stores in Los Angeles and distributed many Srimad Bhagavatam sets there. A special thanks to the Janmashtami planning team, headed by Hansapriya Mataji, for expertly organizing Janmashtami 2025 with various programs. More than 16,000 guests came from all over the Bay Area to visit this weekend, and they appreciated the Janmashtami festival. And the book table distributed 27 Srimad Bhagavatam sets and collected $25,400 in Lakshmi. We also would like to thank Ramananda Sakha Prabhu and his team for the uninterrupted live broadcasting of the ISV online temple programs during the festival. On this most auspicious day of your appearance day, Srila Prabhupada, here is a small offering for the final results from Team ISV in hope to please you. Team ISV distributed 249 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam, and Team ISV collected $71,128.90 in Lakshmi. Team ISV accrued 33,159.50 in book points this MSF. On behalf of Team ISV, we thank all participants and donors and Sankirtan leaders for dedicating their lives to distributing your books. We also express our deep gratitude to all your disciples who continue to inspire us to carry on this legacy. Our special gratitude to His Grace Vaiśeṣika Prabhu and Her Grace Nirakula Mataji for being the heartbeat of Team ISV. We also pray Srila Prabhupada that please help us to distribute at least 3,800 Srimad Bhagavatam sets by Bhadra Purnima. MSF of all you need is love. Ki Jai. Shri Radha Madan Mohan Ki Jai. Srinad Mahaprabhu Ki Jai. Shri Lakshmi Narasimha Devi Ki Jai.
I'd like to express on behalf of myself and Nirakula Devi Dasi our immense gratitude to Jai Madhava Prabhu and Pavani Bhakti for painstakingly overseeing the growth of our Western outreach and accommodating newcomers. It's heartfelt and it's a very successful program due to yours and all of the great leaders that you've accumulated around you. I'd like to thank Malini Devi Dasi and SKP for holding the course and increasing it over the years, making it an exemplary program for generations to emulate in the future. Thank you very much for sacrificing your whole life for the mission of Srila Prabhupada to distribute transcendental literatures in ever-increasing numbers and never wavering even for a second, and always having a smile on your face and working together in cooperation with so many hundreds of devotees. Thank you. And now we'll be performing a Pushpanjali for Srila Prabhupada. So if you'll take at least 3 flower petals, or if you wish you can take some more, we'll commence the ceremony. If you'll please repeat the divine mantras. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Miditam Nena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadahmayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Sadvadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Tinamine Shri Barshabhana Videvi Gayataya Kripagdaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Dayane Prabhave Namaha Madhuryo Jwala Premadya Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gora Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Shri Murtaye Dinatarine Rupanuga Virdhapa Apasiddhanta Dvanta Harine Namo Gorakishoraya Satchat Vairagya Murtaye Vipralambara Sambode Padambujayate Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchidananda Namine Gora Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gaura Virbhava Omestvam Nirdesa Sajjana Priya Vaishnava Sarvabhauma Shri Jagannathaya Te Namaha Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripasindubhya Evacha Atitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Mahavaranyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratushe Namaha Pancha Tattvatmakam Krishnam Bhakta Rupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam Hey Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Jayatam Surato Pango Mama Manda Matergati Matsarvaswa Padamboja Radha Madana Mohana Divya Drindaranya Kalpadrumadha Srimad Ratnangara Sinhasanastau Srimad Radha Srila Govinda Devau Krishtalibi Sevyamano Smarami Srimandra Sarasarambi Vamshivatatastita Darshan Venuswaner Gopir Gopinata Shriyestunaha Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Rishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Haripriye Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Prasharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esha Pushpanjali Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esha Pushpanjali Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esha Pushpanjali Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Go Premanande Haribo. Somebody get room. Sweep these as quickly as possible. Samsara Davan Narali Bhaloka Pranaya Karinya Kanakada Praptasya Kalyana Gunanandavasya Vande Guru Shri Sharanaravinda Praptasya Kalyana Gunanandavasya Vande Guru Shri Sharanaravinda Vande
Bande Guru Shri Charanarabindam Bande Guru Shri Charanarabindam Kanandritya Gita Varikramayam Manasorasena Romanchakampa Sutaranga Bhajo Pande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Pande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Pande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Bande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Bande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Bande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Shri Vigrahara Jananityanana Shringarakhanam Ramajanada Yuktasya Bhaktam Shanim Jatopi Bande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Bande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Bande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Bande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Shri Bhagavad Prasada Swadana Kritam Hari Bhakta Sangam Kritva eva kritim Vajatasya Jaiva Bande Guru Shri Charanarvindam 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 Radhika Madhavayodaparam Madhurya Leela Madhubanana Pratikshana Swadana Lolupasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda 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 Rati Kele Siddhai Jaya Lili Tira Pikshaniya Tatrapi Raksha Ati Ballavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Sargari Master Shastra Rutta Tatava Yakaida Sakti Kintu Prabhupada Priya Eva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Kintu Prabhupada Priya Eva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Yasya Prasadat Bhagavad Prasado Yasya Prasadat Nagati Purkopi Jayam Shivam Tasya Yashastri Sangyam Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Jayam Shivam Tasya Yashastri Sangyam Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda
Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Because Lord Premanande. Jayam Vishupad Paramhamsa Trivad Vichadya Shloka. His divine grace. AC Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishubhad Paramhamsa Pragaraja Gajajya Shtotar Jishi Shiman Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnavini Ki Namacharya Sri Haridas Thakur Ki Reigns Gahoshi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasari Gaur Bhaktivini Ki Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shamakund Radhakund Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Shri Mayapur Navdeep Dham Ki Jai Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Jamuna Devi Ganga Devi Ki Jai Samveta Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai. Divine Appearance Day was Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Go Premanande. Shari Dadri Jaja Jodendriya Kahe Kaha Jive Tere Vishaya Sadhane Karma Jivayati Yogana Sudhulati Sakirita Mahapusare Govinde Namabrahmani Vaishnave Sapapu Vishwaso Nagadaj Vusare Sarva Bhusana Mani Rasu Vadayate Prantanake Kasuyatu Ujivaya Vishta Setvayota Vita Satvanda Vasudam Kala Chanchitaha Krishna Bojino Dasa Savamaya Jainahi Shuksham Vaishikam Vapi Nityam Vaiśeṣika Bhakti Matne Navottajam Nata Kalamkara Nadesha Niyamastaka Nakalaya Mastaka Prakamanam Kapiste Bhaktarim Abravir Bhagavat Shri Maha Prasada Ki Gaur Premanande Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Please come take prasadam. Today, prasadam will be served in the picnic area. Go out this door, take a sharp right, you'll be there. We'll see you there. Vanchakalptaruscha kripasinabhevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Thank you very much, everyone, for all the hard work you did to put on such a magnificent festival. Hare Krishna.